welcome to the vibrant city of Valencia, Spain, as it gets ready to transform into the global capital of racing for the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. We're set just a stone's throw from the Mediterranean Sea at the Aspar Circuit as the karting sprint is about to do battle for their final qualifying heats and the all-important medal race finals. They will be coming up later on today, but the circuit we're racing at this weekend, the Aspar Circuit, and what a venue it is. Brand new in 2024. It has already seen one category claim a gold medal. That went to Belgium in the karting endurance yesterday, but today it's a new day. Year of opening 2024, event record set by Ruben Moya in time qualifying. The Spaniard has been dominating in the qualifying heats. He is yet to lose a race. 55.890 was that time he set. No one has been able to beat that just yet. The track itself, 200 meters down the start-finish straight. It's then 255 meters down the back straight. Total track length, 1,448 meters. The track widens from 8 to 10 meters around parts, and there is no elevation here. It says 1 meter, but it's a flat circuit. It's absolutely astonishing. 21 turns out there as well, 13 to the right, 8 to the left, and the 2 hairpins. They promote some fantastic overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turns 1, 2, as well in towards turn 3. We see them to 5, 9, and turn 17 out there as well. You've seen the overtakes thick and fast all over the circuit. It has been a demanding weekend for the drivers, but it has been an exciting weekend for the drivers. Top speed, drivers reaching 120 kilometers an hour into the braking zone, up in towards turn 9 at the end of the 255-meter back straight. They then have an average speed of around 94 kilometers an hour around the lap, meaning it's a very fast and flowing circuit. They say very wide, and it's open to so many overtaking. But plenty of racing coming up, and it's Minis coming up next. Karting Mini moments away then, starting their third and final qualifying heat. It will be qualifying heat A versus B coming up in a few moments' time for their 7-lap race. 10-kilometer race distance. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Andrew Mather in the commentary box. Andrew, so far this weekend, it's been a pretty exciting couple of races we've seen.
Very exciting. Mini had its debut in the FIA Motorsport Games yesterday in a racing capacity, and what a show they put on. There is one of your fastest drivers here this weekend for Team USA, Joshua Bergman. Good results yesterday on the road, but unfortunately a 5-second penalty did demote Bergman to 9th in the second heat, but second in the first, 9th in the second heat, second in the first heat. But he's going to be one of the drivers to look out for across the course of today. One heat for all drivers remains. Everybody will get a final of some description. The job for the Minis, though, Anthony, is make sure you're in that top 36 cutoff. Those are the drivers that will proceed forward to the medal race.
Exactly that. 2 finals for the Minis. You have the Final B and Final A. And like you just alluded to there, Andrew, Final A is that all-important one. That will be the one where those medals will be given out. Gold, silver, and bronze for first, second, and third in that final. That will be later on today. But let's find out who is going to start in those positions, because so far in the Mini category, we have seen Bennett Corgis be the man on top and the undefeatable. 100 points to his name. He does start in this race. He starts on the second row. As the whistle blows, the green lights flash. We're ready to go racing for the first time today. However, one driver is not ready to go racing because there is a kart stranded on the pre-grid. But in the meanwhile, let's take you through the full starting lineup, as it looks to be Ayrton Tonner of Malta, who has not left Parc Ferme or the pre-grid there. But let's go over the start order. Joshua Bergman from the United States of America in the inaugural Sprint Mini category, taking pole position in the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. Starts this one on pole. We'll have Spain's Navarro Morales alongside. Xavier Lazaro and Bennett Korgis go from row 2. Bennett Korgis, at this moment in time from Estonia, has not been beaten. Nahil El Gahoudi from Morocco and Austin Gibson from the United Kingdom lock out row number 3. They'll have Francisco Rojas and Valentino Mazzaro alongside on row number 4. Ayrton Tonna hopefully has got his kart started. Should be starting on the 5th row of the grid. We'll have Australia's Jay Kostecki starting alongside.
Second half of the grid, Turkey's Can Ursula starts on row 6 alongside Denmark's Albert Poulsen. Luca Makura and Geronimo Zulaga start on row number 7. Zulaga had a tough day yesterday, needs big points in this one. Cristobal Ricci and Sebastian Verheer start on row 8. Saif Al-Abaidi is currently outside the top 36, needs a good result here to make sure he goes through. Starts on row 9 alongside Amelie Hoivers, Eduardo Campos and Rohan. Uzairai starts on row number 10. We're going to go round for a bit more formation. Hopefully we'll be able to see the 127 of Ayrton Tonna get out on circuit.
Well, he'll have to wait for the group to go past now. This is the opportunity he'll have. You'll see him, he'll escape out of the pre-grid. He is still stationary there. He's got to wait for them fully to go past. There he goes, gets released, and he will have only this one lap to get into formation. The only plus side that he's got here is that he is in a position where the red line where they can't overtake past is on the start-finish straight. So it's very late on into the lap, so he can really push through and get back to that P7 or P9, I should say, starting spot. But over the course of this weekend so far, it was a very busy day yesterday in the FIA Motorsport Games. So many medals went out to different categories. Brazil dominated in the esports sector, both of them claiming golds in the F4 and in GT. In the actual GT racing as well at the Ricardo Tromo circuit, Germany getting it in the GT category. Of course here, karting endurance, Belgium claiming a gold medal, their second over the course of the 2 years here in the karting endurance. Back-to-back victories in that one. Rally 2 Tarmac, Spain dominating in that one, claiming the gold yesterday. Rally 4 Tarmac, also Spain having a brilliant home advantage here. Italy dominating in historic Rally Tarmac as well. But here in karting, we're going to find out 3 more categories this weekend. Who is going to claim gold? We're about to find out as the field are lined up, ready to go. It's the first race of the day. Welcome to everyone watching around the world. As it's a little bit shaky at the start, we're going round again. And there was just a little bit of contact there on the right-hand side of the screen as we look at it. Yeah, not the cleanest getaway there.
Yeah, I think the second half of the field maybe a little bit too eager to get going there, but no matter. We'll go round again for another formation lap. Bit more time for the drivers to get a bit more heat into tyres, brakes and all of their materials. Weather conditions here today, if you were with us yesterday, pretty good day. Warm temperatures, dry temperatures. I don't think that's going to be the case here today. It's a very mixed forecast. There are a lot of dark clouds in the distance, and I think at some point we may have a little bit of rain. So it's going to be one of those days where the drivers and the mechanics are going to be tested, and they're going to be on their toes all the time to read the conditions. It is a little bit cooler here this morning. In fact, it's quite a degree more cooler. It's 12 degrees.
Very cold.
20 degrees yesterday, so it's a full 8 degrees colder than it was yesterday. For now, though, dry conditions. The Minis, their third and final qualifying heat for these FIA Motorsport Games. Bergman, 2nd and 9th yesterday. Morales, 3rd and 5th. Lazaro, a win and 4th. Korgis, 2 wins. In Nahil El Gahoudi, 3rd and 1st. Austin Gibson, 5th and 18th. All of your heat winners from yesterday are in this race. This is what can happen sometimes for those new to qualifying heat style karting. When you get an A versus B race, in terms of the groups from times qualifying earlier on in the weekend, you get a bit of a battle of the best in terms of the form book for a race meeting, and we're about to see that here. Are we going to be good for going into the lines? They'll be over to race director Gonzalo Planta to get us going. The lights are red, and they're still red. I think that is another no. We're green. We are green. We're racing for the first time here today in Sprint Mini. Good stuff. Oh, not the best. It starts through turn 2 for Bergman. And I think quite a few of them. There's a lot of karts off
dear
at
me.
turn 1. That, I think, was simply a case of too much speed into turn one, not enough grip to get everybody round, as we saw yesterday. And for a lot of drivers, particularly in the second half of the field, that is a terrible, terrible start.
Yep, and that means then for these two rides at the front, which looks to be Xavier Lazaro at the moment, and well, it's not Joshua Bergman, maybe. I can't work out who that is. Oh, no, it is the USA. It is Joshua Bergman who's there. So for these two here, they can just now work together. They can push on. They know that they're quick. They know that they did this. They did this the other day, where they were line astern and they just pushed each other along.
They did.
They're doing exactly the same right now. And yeah, this is going to be just this, I think, for the majority of this race. No slow procedure. Marshals have done a brilliant job of trying to clear the circuit there. A very, very shaky start, though, for Mini today.
Yeah, very nervy start for our youngest drivers here in the paddock. It's Sebastian Verheer, who's not come through at the end of lap one. I think there was problems as well for Eduardo Campos. There's an investigation flag going out to the 127 of Ayrton Senna. That may not necessarily be something to do with the race start. That was the kart that was stuck on the pre-grid. We'll wait and see if there's any jurisdiction from that. I think the 101 is also under investigation. That's Rohan Uzahiri from Albania, who did start at the very back of the field. Who else has had problems on that first lap? Rojas has had problems. The Mexican who started a good degree up the order, was on the fourth row, is now 18th. Poulsen as well. Elgar Hoodie was caught out in that melee at the end, or at the start, I should say, of the first lap. So one of the race winners from yesterday's heats. It won't take him out of contention of being in that final. The trouble for Team Morocco's driver is it's going to be a little bit further back on the grid for the medal race later on this afternoon. Lazaro leads from Bergman at the end of lap 2. Chan Ursula's had a good start. Started 11th, is now 3rd, and has got the attention of Ayrton Senna right behind. Yeah, indeed. That's a very close little fight there. But remember, Ayrton Senna under investigation, we suspect, for the start of that race. Obviously, was late out, like you alluded to. Novola Morales now fastest out there, as Ayrton Senna looks to the inside here, flat out, side by side at the fastest part of the circuit. Nicely done. Just squeeze it down the inside. No drama there whatsoever. That was actually a relatively... that was a very clean overtake there. Very nice to see. Moving up into 3rd place. Novola Morales, like we were saying, fastest out there at the moment. Currently sitting in P6 for Spain. And is quite a ways behind, because they're in a really big 2x2 configuration right now. And this does happen quite often when we do get those shaky starts where you have a big coming together and so many drivers just getting tangled up and losing that initial momentum at the start of a race. Another factor that may have played into that start, Anthony, is with this being an A versus B race, anyone in Group B yesterday had starts from the inside, on the inside column. You know, they had to go for the outside, which, because this is such a new circuit to everybody, I just wonder, was that enough of a factor to put a bit of doubt, you know, a bit of insurance of what everybody on the other side of the grid were going to do and how they tackled that first corner, and being a last heat as well. You've got to go for it. Yeah, exactly that. One thing I do want to bring up as well now at this point of the race, we are on lap 4 of 7. The intermediate classification at this moment in time sees the American Joshua Bergman leading the points by 2 points ahead of Xavier Lazaro, who is in the race lead here. Now, if you are Joshua Bergman, you are probably thinking, I don't need to overtake. This is down to the fact that Bennett Corgis, who was the points leader going into this race, unfortunately, with him dropping down to 7th place at the start of that race, he has lost out on his lead. He is down to 3rd in the points on my screen. But we'll have to see on that one, because Lazaro now up into 2nd. Kostecki still 4th. He's had a brilliant run after that qualifying, where it wasn't outright right at the front. It was still inside the top 10 overall, but this time needing to push through it. Now, Kostecki yesterday was a driver on our radar, wasn't he, Andrew? Pushing his way forward. This time around, I think just at the start of that one, he was one that just had to try and wiggle his way through, which means his momentum has been scuppered in this one. A little bit held up at the start, but not as bad as others. Yeah. So Kostecki's race pace still looking good. Very likely that we will see our pole sitter for the medal race later on this afternoon come from this race. It's not necessarily by design, it's just kind of how it's happened over the previous 2 rounds of heats yesterday, that a lot of the leaders in the intermediate classification are in this race. So for anyone waiting on the next one, your highest ranked driver still to race is Sen Lindemann from the Netherlands. Currently, Lindemann is on 82 points overnight. So if anyone can beat a score of 132, for instance, Bergman, Lazaro are both doing that at the moment. There is nothing that Lindemann can do, even with a race win in the 3rd heat, to take pole position away from those running at the front at this present time.
Indeed. Well, keeping a nice close eye on these top 2 right now. A carbon copy of what they had done yesterday. And of course, you have to remember these drivers are fighting for the first ever Sprint Mini gold medal for their country. And like you say, it all starts at the beginning of the weekend with that pole position for the United States of America with that driver in 2nd place, Joshua Bergman. So again, he's going to really want to make sure that that pole in qualifying doesn't go to waste with not being at the sharp end, and right now he's doing exactly what he needs to do. This is a little interesting battle here. We've got Özler from Turkey and Korjas battling away. You can see Korjas trying to push his way back through the field now and trying to gain these positions. He's got Austin Gibson from the United Kingdom just behind as well as we go on to the final lap of this race. I don't think we're going to see an overtake from Joshua Bergman here. If we are, it will purely be one if there's a clean and present gap to go for it.
Absolutely, because right now Bergman, for the big prize of pole position, doesn't need to do anything.
No.
You know, he's got a 2-point lead over the driver that's directly ahead of him, so we'll hopefully bring this one into a controlled finish. The United States aren't on the medal table yet. Portugal are also not on the medal table yet for the first 2 days, so these 2 drivers in a good position to change that in the medal race later on this afternoon. But out to the final chicane, it's going to be a win for Portugal, 2nd place for the United States of America. Lazaro takes the 3rd heat, the A versus B heat. Bergman P2. That will secure pole position for the medal race for the United States of America. Bergman finishes these heats on 138 points in the intermediate classification, 2 ahead of Lazaro. A move right at the end there for Korjas up to 5th. Got Korjas also onto 136, but that's where we then go back to timed qualifying performances a few days ago. That sets the tiebreaker, or breaks the tiebreaker, we should say, so it will still be Lazaro on the front row for the final later on this afternoon. Korjas will be on the inside of row number 2, but everything from there on downwards, 4th, 5th, 6th in that final grid, that's still to play for.
Yeah, certainly is. Well, there's a look at the full original classifications at the end of that one. You can see a very dramatic race for so many, and for some drivers there, not the race they would have wanted. That start just out of their control, put them right back in the order, not where they want to be at all. And for some drivers here, they might end up in that B final later on, where they will not get the chance of representing their country for a gold medal or a medal race at all this weekend, which is a huge shame for them. But don't go anywhere. There is still another sprint mini race coming up in a few moments' time. But let's take a look at the highlights between now and then. And this one here, Ayrton Senna, not starting at the beginning. He would not go straight away. You can see there the Paralin team working directly with the driver from Malta to make sure that car fired up. It did fire up, but he had to wait until the field had gone past before he could join his fellow competitors. The race start, however, this was just too many karts into one. Watch them into the pinch point here, spin, knock, and then it just blocks the track. And then, unfortunately, so many drivers out at the start of that one.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell whether that was grip or whether there was maybe a bit of momentum from the second half of the field carrying through to the front of the order, but that was the result. A number of teams there in the centre of your picture, Morocco and Nahil El Gahoudi looking to repeat a win from yesterday. That would not be the kind of race that Morocco would have wanted. Good drive from Senna once the 127 got going. This was the move past Özler. Malta finishing that race in 3rd place. Some good points for Turkey as well in that one, up in the end to P6. Coming back through as well, Gorgeous trying to get back on the front row of the grid for the final, loses his unbeaten streak with that one. This was another entertaining battle with Ursula for 5th.
Yeah, certainly was. Just sending it down the inside on the exit. A carbon copy move of what he delivered yesterday as well, where he was trying to get past as well and up into that one. But today, in the first qualifying heat, and their last one for Groups A and B, it is Portugal taking the win. However, the United States of America, having those points, 138, will secure that pole position. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, for the first time today, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. I'm with Portugal's Xavier Lazaros. Xavier, again, you're battling hard out there with America's Joshua Bergman. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah, I was good, and in the first corner they pushed me behind, and me and George just passed, and we was alone, and then he like closed, I opened, and then I passed him, and then I was in the lead all the race.
And this morning's conditions are a bit different to what we had yesterday. It was nice and warm yesterday. There's a bit of rain out there on the circuit. How did you deal with that?
I like rain, and in these situations, I'm good.
And of course, in the overall rankings, provisionally, you're at the high end. How confident are you that you could be taking home a gold later on today for Portugal?
I'm so confident, and I don't know how to say, but
happy?
Yeah, very happy.
Great to hear from you, Xavier. We'll head up back into the box ahead of our next race of this morning.
Well, good to hear there for Nicole. And, well, so much is going to be happening over the next few moments' time. But, of course, the next Sprint Mini coming up in a few moments' time as well. Do stick with us. Well, Mini's coming up in a few moments' time. Let's see what is going to happen on this one. We've just witnessed Portugal taking the win, but now it's down to what can happen. Sen Lindemann and Rivan Preetham starting on the next one. Sprint Mini qualifying Heat C versus D coming up next. And, well, none of these drivers in this next race, none of them have taken a win. There's been some second place in there from Sen Lindemann. There is a chance of these drivers still getting up into the sharp end of this final grid, though. Oh,
absolutely, and especially after what we've just seen in the A versus B race, a very jumbled up order from the start of the race to the end of the race. So, yes, for some of the drivers here, your best performance on this grid is your pole sitters' performance in the races yesterday. Sen Lindemann, 4th in his first race, and then 2nd in the second round. Rivan Preetham, as you noted there, Anthony, on the front row for India in this one as well. India have had a pretty good day of it, or a couple of days of it here at the Aspar Circuit. 5th for Preetham yesterday in the first round of heats, and then but 17th. But the pace has been there. And again, what I'm expecting to see here, Anthony, is maybe a bit of a calmer start from these minis, knowing that if they can keep themselves in the race and keep running along across the course of these 7 laps, they could really push themselves up the intermediate classification. There's some doors open. Yes, those top 3 are gone. Bergman, Lazaro and Gorgeous, they're gone. But there's then a 20-point gap behind that top 3 to Jay Kostecki, who's currently holding 4th. Quite a few drivers could wedge their way in there and really boost their chances for the medal race.
No, exactly that. That is going to be an important one to bear witness to. But let's look at some of the hard-working marshals already taking a well-deserved break, as it's been a very busy weekend. They've had the morning warm-ups, of course. And, of course, over this weekend today, however, the weather not being on their sides, like I say, is raining. It's going to be tricky conditions out there. And I think it's, I'm not sure of the grid. Are they wet tyres at the moment? I believe they possibly are. If I look at the track, and well, no, actually the track looks pretty dry. Yes, yeah, so they're on dry, so they're on slick tyres. However, the rain is coming down at a little bit here, so it's as and when the track conditions change over to that, the slicks just can't handle it anymore. Whether or not is that going to be halfway through this race, or is it going to be a little bit later on when we get the juniors and seniors out for their 3rd qualifying heat a little bit later on. But a very tense moment coming up in a few moments' time. But so many drivers here have really impressed over the course of this weekend. You've seen those good results from drivers coming up through the field with the top 10 finishes as well. You've had drivers who have had ups and downs. One of them is India's Rivan Preetham. And let's head down to the pre-grid. Nicole Sutherland, who have you got for us?
Thank you, Anthony. I am with Rivan then. Rivan, can you tell us a little bit about how your week has gone so far here at the Aspar Circuit?
It's gone pretty good. I qualified P2 and started P2 for all the races. I finished 4th, then a DNF, and yeah, let's see how Heat 3 goes.
And this morning we're seeing some mixed conditions. It's spitting a little bit of rain out here. Do you like that, or would you prefer to dry?
I like both. I'm fine with both of them.
And typically in karting, it's a sport where we see teams compete, but this time you're just one driver competing for India. How important is that to you?
I'm very happy to be here, and yeah, I'm ready to fight.
Thank you very much, Rivan. We'll watch you do that. We're then going to head over to the 129 of Sen Lindemann, who will be starting on the front row alongside Rivan. Sen, a quick chat. How confident are you that you could be bringing home a gold for your country later on today?
I'm not really confident, but I hope I win this race and I have a good start position, and then maybe I could win.
Very best of luck to you, Sen. We'll head back up then into the box. Great
Nicole,
to hear from these minis ahead of their last heat of today.
Just very quickly, Nicole, we'll stay down there because, of course, a very important day for the drivers, but it's also an important day for you as well. It's your birthday. Happy birthday to Nicole Sutherland down there, who's bracing the rain with a smile on her face, which is good to see. Yes, indeed. The next race is coming up in a few moments' time. This one, Sprint Mini, looking forward to it.
Absolutely. It's going to be a good one here for Group C and D. 19 drivers all looking to secure their places in the medal race. Top 36 across the whole entry of 39 will go through into that medal race. And other drivers will, of course, go into a B final. Other drivers looking further down the order who we could possibly expect to come through the field. Right at the back of the field, Nathan Lotriante for Italy. I say starts 19th, but 9th and 11th in the races yesterday for Lotriante. Well, it started from the same position. So that's a good indication of some form. There is Alexandre Point as well for Team Luxembourg. Very up and down day.
Up and down.
20th in the first race, 8th in the second. So if everything can come together, especially again, now we know that some other drivers who had 2 good races yesterday haven't quite had that in round 3 in the race that we saw in the last 20 minutes. The door is open, definitely, I think, for the likes of Point, probably for someone like Pedro Santarosa as well, who's starting on the 4th row of the grid, that they can push their way through now with a good race in this last heat for the minis.
Yeah, certainly so. Looking forward to seeing what they can do in this one. As you can see, one of the timing boards going up there at the front. I believe that's possibly the 1-minute board. It is indeed, thanks to Ross Upton there, our grid officer down there, keeping a close eye on everyone, making sure they're all doing what they need to be doing as well, because, of course, there's so many parc ferme rules that you're not allowed to touch the karts in a pre-grid situation. You have to keep a very close eye on it out there. They're starting on the 2nd row of the grid. Manuel Calendi from El Salvador. Team Salvador working super well this weekend and has had good results. P4 and a 7th, not been outside the top 10, is actually a contender this weekend.
Definitely a contender. It was a little bit unlucky in that second race in particular that had that stunning finish that I know has been shared on social media and has got people really excited about this sprint mini event. There was a moment where it even looked like Manuel Calendi could have taken the lead of that race. So we know that there's some good race pace there. Whistle blows. Drivers roll out for the formation lap. Let's take you through the grid for this one. On pole position for the Netherlands, it's Sen Lindemann. The Netherlands have 1 silver so far in these FIA Motorsport games. This is a problem for Pedro Santarosa, it looks like. Alongside Lindemann on the front row of the grid, it's India's Rivan Preetham. Alexandre Point for Luxembourg and Manuel Calendi for El Salvador form row 2. Min Jae Kim and Michael Vino Satrio start on row number 3. Benjamin Poulsen, needs a good race here. 18th and 15th yesterday. Goes from row 4 for Sweden. Is joined, or will be joined, by Brazil's Pedro Santa Rosa, who has now got going. Row 5, last of those in the first half of the field. For Lithuania, it's Joris Stankevičius and Rafael Cañas for Costa Rica.
Row number 6 is the United Arab Emirates of Fasis Haroun, starting alongside Hong Kong's Mason Huang, who will be going from row number 6. Row number 7 sees Dominik Wojcik, and we'll have Alonso Gonzalez alongside Vladislav Kim and Gigi Mibashvili starting on row number 8. They'll have Otto Roba on row 9 with Ioannis Oyani alongside. Then the last of the drivers will be Nathan Lotrianotte starting on the 10th row of the grid, representing Italy. Right, drivers all fired up and out on circuit, which is good to see. No dramas in Parc Ferme this time around for any of the drivers. But where, though, Andrew, are we going to see the top runners get into? I think, you're definitely saying that the top 3 are secure, they're fine. Is it going to be 4th place downwards here? Are we going to see someone rounding out the second row of the grid here?
As I say, the points totals at the moment, so that this is the order of the drivers remaining who are out there. Lindemann, as mentioned, is in a good position. 82 points secured. Could go as high as 132. That would put Lindemann on the outside of row 2 for the final. Kalendi as well is on 7, so a race win would put Kalendi ahead of Kostecki. There's another couple of drivers in that same region. Morales, for example, on 115. El Gahudi on 107. They're already in the clubhouse and done for their intermediate heats. Michael Vinosaccio is also in a decent position. 70 points from the first 2 races out of a possible 100. Keep an eye on the driver from Indonesia. And Pedro Santa Rosa is on 64 points already, Anthony. So those, in terms of the points, are your best 4 drivers who are still yet to go in this race. If they can get good results, if they can punch in some top 3s maybe in this race, they're going to be getting a very nice starting position for the final, for the medal race later on this afternoon.
Certainly will be. That will be a very interesting one. Now I can see the front of the grid all lined up, ready to go. One driver waiting to get into position. That is Mason Huang from Hong Kong, who's just been put into position now. Thankfully, the red line is miles away from where they are, so completely legal to do that. And all is in order now. And again, once again, drivers eagering each other along to, keep it steady, keep it calm. I'm looking at that track, Andrew. It looks a little bit more slick in places now than I was thinking. Is that rain coming down just that little bit more than we initially thought? So, drivers into the tram lines. We've already seen one race where it's gone a little bit wrong into turn 1. What's going to happen this time around? It's a good start for the front row, and it's a good start for the Netherlands. And Sven Lindemann going in towards turn 1 is going to be clear on the inside. There's a little bit of sideways. There is a little congregation in the middle, but the multitude of the pack gets through unscathed, and it's a brilliant start for the Netherlands in this one.
Very good start for Lindemann. A lot of hard work at the wheel, at the steering wheels for many drivers out there. There's still not a lot of grip into turn 1, and it's a long run into turn 1. Great recovery from Preetham there in the red and white helmet, fighting back through to second place, but immediately it's Min Jae Kim in the blue and white helmet for the Republic of Korea, fighting here side by side with Preetham. That's going to open the door for Stankevičius for Lithuania down the inside. Beautifully done. That's Alexandre Point, apologies, coming through. So Point back up to 3rd place. Really, really good racing here, but whilst it's very entertaining, this is great for Sven Lindemann, because Lindemann's breaking away through to complete the first lap of this 7-lap qualifying heat. The last one for Sprint Mini. The lead for Lindemann is nearly a second, very close behind with Point, Kim, Kalendi, Haroun. Great start for Faris Haroun for the UAE. Up 5 places and into the top 6.
Indeed, very good stuff. And at the end of that first lap as well, the intermediate classification does change. Like we were saying earlier on, the top 3 are secure. Bergman, Lazaro and Corgus. But Lindemann in the lead there, looking comfortable now to step up into P4. The only thing he's got against him right now is he's on his own. And the group behind are all working together, using the slipstream. The win today non-existent. There's no, the flags outside of our commentary box, they are not waving at all. It is a still day today. It is, so that means there's no real holes being punched in the air. The toe's not going to be as effective as it was yesterday. However, they will still close up, and you're seeing that right here now. Pritham and Point are right there behind, closing in beautifully right now, and they've still got that group behind as well. Kim, Santa Rosa is still there as well. Kalendi, Harunian, Paulson, Gonzalez, Latrinotte has had a brilliant race in this one. The Italian is inside the top 10 already, as Rivan Pritham of India sets the fastest lap of the race. It's now a 3-car battle for the lead. What is Sen Lindemann going to do now? What is Pritham going to do? Well, Pritham's immediately going to go on the attack here. Tries to get the switch around through the flat-out back straight and gets through under power. Beautiful stuff. The toe is still working out there. What is Alexandre Point going to do now? Is he going to stay there in third place, or is he going to go for the attack straight away on Sen Lindemann? And I think it will be just sit behind for the time being and assess what the situation's going to be.
Love that bit of driving there from Rivan Pritham. Really aggressive, really attacking, taking the initiative in this race. Completing lap number 3 then. It's India leading this one from the Netherlands. Luxembourg there in 3rd. The Republic of Korea in 4th. Brazil, after that slight drama in the pre-grid, are up to 5th place. El Salvador scoring well once again in this one in P6. Who's possibly having a bit of a difficult moment? We'll come back to that, because Point's down the inside and has taken 2nd place away from Lindemann. That's going to drop Lindemann's points tally a little bit. He's still holding 4th place for now in the intermediate classification. But if Korea can get down the inside of the Republic of Korea in with Bin-Jae Kim, that's going to open the door for Jay Kostecki. Kostecki not in this race, of course, has completed 3 heats already. But with this kind of result, Lindemann starting to fall back a little bit. This could put Kostecki, once those points update, back up ahead of the Dutch driver.
Yep, they certainly could. Back onto the start-finish line they go, and this is not over yet. Only on to lap number 5 they go on to now. But let's see what happens. 4 laps completed. Down the slipstream they go. Well, Pritham's doing the unknown in terms of mini racing, is actually managing to break away from the field behind, unassisted by a bump draft or a slipstream. This is pure, I think, knowledge of the circuit that he's grown over the course of this weekend, maybe comfortable with the conditions out there as well. You can see it is still a bit patchy with water out there. It is slick. It is cold out there. The air temperature, we said it earlier on, is only 12 degrees as a moment there for Brazil. And unfortunately for Santa Rosa, getting squeezed off at turn at number 10. Running wide and into the gravel trap. It's still into the race, but it's well down in the pack now.
It's a real shame for Pedro Santa Rosa. There's still a bit of time. There's still a few laps in this one for the Brazil driver to come back through the field. Pritham leads, 2 laps to go. Points right there in 2nd place. Kim having a good race as well in 3rd. This kind of result would move Team India back up the intermediate classification order. I think it would put Pritham in around 8th place. So remember, we did have a 17th place yesterday. There was the moment for Santa Rosa. Just got out wide on that curb, fully airborne on the cut through there, going through the gravel. And actually, I think Santa Rosa did a very good job there. That easily could have grabbed and pulled the kart into the gravel. He kept the momentum going, kept the wheel straight, held on to it, and at least got back in the race. Is still there in 8th place.
Alonso Gonzalez in the 109 for the Dominican Republic, unfortunately seeing a warning flag there, not the way he wants to go. I mean, he's still up 4 places in this one, just outside, or just inside the top 10, I should say. So still having a very good race. Eyes on this one here. Pritham, Point and Kim. Line astern. 1, 2, 3 battling for this one as we go into the final lap of the race. And down the inside is Alexandre Point going to go for the move? No, stays behind. I thought had the slipstream there, but Preetham dealt with that pressure beautifully, took the normal line, swept through and carried the speed.
And that's another feature of Turn 1. We've seen it obviously at the start of these races, but there's just not enough grip down the inside line for drivers to go for the big send. There's not really any wind here at the circuit. We were talking yesterday a lot about how there was a big headwind that allowed the drivers to brake really deep into the corner. That is not the case here today. We're on the final lap. Rivan Preetham is on the way to a first victory in these qualifying heats, 5th and 17th yesterday, but this is what can happen overnight in a multi-heat format. A driver can wake up on a new day and go, this is my day. Rivan Preetham is going to go through the final chicane and take the last heat in Sprint Mini in some style. India, P1, Luxembourg, P2, South Korea, the Republic of Korea, P3, Lindemann P4, still a decent score. 3 results all in the top 4. Lindemann will be high up the order, but that result means that Bergman and Lazaro are on row 1 for the medal race later this afternoon. Corgis and Kostecki on row 2. Lindemann and Morales row 3. El Gahudi and your race winner in that one, Rivan Preetham, on row 4.
Well, let's see what is going to be happening then in that final section. Stay tuned for Sprint Mini as we look at the full provisional classification at the end of qualifying Heat C versus D. India on top in the Sprint Mini, ahead of Alexandre Point and Min Jae Kim, Sen Lindemann, Telendi, and the rest of the field as well. Höring and Poulsen, Santa Rosa, Lotrianotte for Italy. Brilliant race there for Italy. 10 places gained, and that could make the difference of getting in to that actual A medal race on track.
It definitely will, and I think Lotrianotte will be a good way up the grid for that. The other good indication is that's 3 times we've seen the Italian come through from the back of the field. That's consistency, that's race pace. And in a longer medal race later on today, that could be very, very important. A bit of an outside bet for a medal. Here are some of the highlights from that last heat for Sprint Mini. You can see all the drivers fighting at the steering wheel just to get themselves around the first couple of corners. There were a few hold-ups in the middle of the pack, but it was a great start, Anthony, for Sen Lindemann.
It certainly was able to break away at the start, checking over the shoulder. This was also good stuff. Nice aggressive sweeps there from Rivan Preetham. The pace was there. Just open up the inside line here, though. After that, was lucky enough to be able to carry the speed and not getting squeezed up. That was a really risky place to put the kart, but amazingly, the kart control there from the Sprint Minis was absolutely fantastic. That battle continued on then as they went down in towards turn number 1. You were seeing then all the drivers just starting to close in as the race was getting sorted out, and then later on, they would close in. Sen Lindemann under pressure almost immediately from the driver of India, Rivan Preetham, going on the attack. And again, another smart piece of driving here, straight down the inside.
Just got in the peripheral vision of Lindemann there and grew that uncertainty for the race leader. I loved how Preetham took the initiative there and went on the attack. This was a nice move as well from Point down the inside of Lindemann. Lindemann, I think, is still very much a threat when we get to the medal race later on this afternoon, because as mentioned, Lindemann hasn't finished any lower than 4th in all races so far this weekend. Good one for Min Jae Kim as well. That's a good sign for Min Jae Kim. This was the moment with Santa Rosa. Did very well to keep pointing in a straight line. Yes, lost a few positions there, but Team Brazil with another top 8.
Yeah, indeed. So good kart control there. Checker flag went out then at the end of it. India on top in Sprint Mini. Helps him out as they head into the final. He'll be starting P8. But let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Of course, we're with Rivan. Rivan, fantastic control in that race. You led the whole thing, very, very calm. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
It was a fun race, a lot of competition, and yeah, I'm happy to win.
And I think you'll provisionally be starting on about the 4th row. Can you tell me, are you feeling your chances of getting a gold coming closer?
Yeah, I feel we can get a podium, but you can't really say, so yeah.
And as for the competition, the drivers around you, what do you think of it? Is it tough out there?
Yeah, it's very tough. It's really, I'm really happy to be here. It's a really tough group I'm racing with, so yeah.
And how proud are you to be representing India, Rivan?
I'm really happy to be representing India, and I hope to do again.
Brilliant from our mini drivers. Of course, that was their last heat of today, but don't go anywhere because there's more racing to come up.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Juniors, they're coming up next. Karting Sprint Junior next out on track, qualifying heat 3. And this again has been another interesting one, and another one that we could see India right at the sharp end of this, because like you say, you've got Chiara Battiga who'll be starting it on the front row, Jagrat Detroja of India, who's had results always inside that top 3, as Sprint Junior qualifying heat 3 is moments away from starting. This is going to be a really important one, I think, for them, because, again, it's a bit open at the front because there's no dominant driver. It's really against Spain and Turkey at the moment. Bosco Arias and Iskender Solfakari, both with a win and a second to their name. They are the drivers at this moment in time leading the points.
Absolutely. They were the class of the field yesterday in the races for Sprint Junior. But Chiara Battiga's going to be back on pole position, looking to keep recovering. Had a disqualification for a moment in race number 1 out on track, but then struck back with a good 5th place in race 2. I'd also keep an eye, Anthony, on Mats van Rooyen, who quietly got on with some good work yesterday. And we've seen the Dutchman have, I think he's one of the most improved junior drivers across the course of the FIA karting season. Was 3rd and 4th yesterday. We've already seen in previous races, it's a new day, the conditions are a little bit different. This could be another opportunity for Mats van Rooyen to punch through, go better than yesterday. All of these drivers on the grid will make the medal race. It's a single field of 36, so everybody qualifies through to the medal race later on this afternoon. The big question, though, is in what order will they start that medal race? That's what we're going to be deciding across the course of this next race. Also out there, key results from yesterday. Theo Salomão as well for Brazil, 4th and 6th, both times from the 5th row of the grid. That was a decent return of points for Brazil. I'm also looking for something a little bit more from Arjen Kraling today. That was probably one of the not so expected results where you went, okay, what's quite happened there? 8th and 12th for the German yesterday. And, yeah, we'll be looking to see if the 64 can come through. All of these drivers on the OKN Junior platform. Equal machinery, equal rules. Everybody on the Karts Republic chassis as well. And all with engines provided by IAME. So the mechanics, their work comes into play on things like tyre pressures and camber setups and more of what's happening with the tyre contact patch with the road. And that's going to be very important today, because if you've just joined us here for the Sprint Junior 3rd and final heat, mixed is the word for the weather here today.
Oh, yes.
And also for the track conditions. It's dry in most parts, but there's nowhere near as much grip as there was yesterday, because temperatures are down. There was a bit more rain overnight. That's washed some of the rubber away. We also had a 4-hour endurance race yesterday, of course, since we last saw the Sprint Juniors out on circuit. Now, yes, they ran a very hard compound of tyre, but that may have subtly changed the racing surface over the course of yesterday afternoon. They did have a warm-up this morning, so they have had opportunity to survey the scene out there. But this is going to be a very interesting one. I think you hit the nail on the head exactly, Anthony, earlier on. This is a very, very open category.
It is a very open category indeed. Let's go down to the pre-grid, though. Nicole Sutherland is down there roaming around. Who have you got for us?
Roaming around indeed. I'm with Jagrat Detroja. Jagrat, we've just seen an Indian driver take a race win in the minis. You reckon you can do the same here in the junior?
Yeah, it was a pretty proud feeling moment for our country that for the first time he took a win, and I hope I can do the same in the junior category.
So the likelihood within this competition that 2 Indian drivers could take golds is pretty high. You feeling very confident?
Yeah, it's a good sign of confidence, just taking a heat win before the final, and so we would have more confidence for the final, and maybe we could take gold.
So, like we've seen so far today and throughout all of the racing this week, India has produced some very top-tier talent. Can you tell me a little bit about the Indian racing scene?
Yeah, normally India is still not as advanced as Europe in racing, but now they're making many new tracks and trying to develop more Indian talent because we are very too many people. The population is big, so there are many chances to have good talent around all Europe, and I hope I can show that.
Thank you, Jagrat. We'll see what your talent can do for you throughout the rest of today's racing. Of course, in front of me, we have Spain's Bosco Arias. Bosco's countrymen took the second in the endurance racing yesterday. Bosco has already had a win this week. Bosco, how confident are you feeling ahead of this race?
Yes, I feel very confident with the track and with the chassis. Now they have rare conditions in this day, and I hope we can win the race.
And you're on home soil, you're from Spain, but this isn't a circuit that many people have raced on before. So it's been, you've had to do some learning this week. What are the big things that you've learned so far?
This is a new circuit. They put a kart circuit here, but it's a very nice circuit. I like.
Great to hear from you, Bosco. We've also got behind Bosco is Riley Harrison, the Australian driver, the number 52. Riley, we spoke yesterday on the grid in the same position. How have you been feeling since then?
Pretty good. Obviously, yesterday's result kind of bumped me down a bit, but I'm hoping I can do something better today.
And the conditions out there, the track, it's a little bit changeable, a bit greasy. How do you deal with that mentally as a driver?
I just try my best to keep on top of what the track's doing and change and adapt while I'm out on track.
And as for the kart setup, obviously we've got the Mojo D2 on the Kart Republic. How do you find that combination in conditions like this?
It's a very good combination. It's still very good to handle. It handles well, and I reckon it's a good combination.
Great to hear from you, Riley. I'm going to head in front of the 52 kart.
Nicole, just very quickly.
Oh,
sorry.
hello, Anthony.
Hello. I just want to ask, what is the weather doing out there? Because we're obviously inside. We can see that the wind's picking up a little bit. Can you see any rain around?
It's quite dark out here, but there's no rain spitting at the moment. It was earlier on. I'd say it's going to hold off for the minute, but you never know. We've got Great Britain here. Great Britain, of course, the UK, they're not strangers to a bit of rain, so if it does start raining, I think we're going to see George Edgar being able to deal with that quite well. George, we'll have a quick chat with you. How are you feeling this week? What's it been like joining Valencia and being at the Aspar Circuit?
Yeah, it's a big change from normal. Obviously, the track's a lot wider and open compared to the UK tracks, and it's been a challenge to get used to it because I've never really been to a track like this before and never been here before this weekend, so it's been a challenge, but we're getting there now.
And would I be correct in saying your sister Jess, who currently competes in F4 cars in F1 Academy, has competed in the FIA Games previously? She giving you any advice on how to approach the competition?
Yeah, she's given me lots of advice.
Great. And as for the racing, you're in a mixed grid of drivers from all over the world. Is it good fun out there?
Yeah, it's really good fun.
Great to hear from you, George. Then the whistle has blown. 1 minute to go. Boys in the box, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Good to hear from the drivers down there ahead of this third and final qualifying heat for the Sprint Junior events here at the FIA Motorsport Games, the third edition of these games this year in Valencia, in the Valencia region. And we're on our final day. All the medals are going to be decided remaining out there, but particularly here in the karting arena at the Aspar Circuit, we are ready for what should be a very interesting qualifying heat. Situation in the intermediate classification points after 2 rounds of heats yesterday. It's a tie at the top of the order, 94 points apiece from a possible 100 for Bosco Arias and Iskender Zulfikari. At the moment, Arias takes the advantage on the basis of timed qualifying tally breakers from earlier in the weekend. Anthony Jordan, take us through the grid.
Thank you very much. It's qualifying heat 3. It's Sprint Junior as they head out onto the track. Then it's Chiara Batigue starting it on pole position alongside India's Jagrab Titroja. Mats van Rooyen and Bosco Arias going from row 2. Iskender Solfakari on row 3 will have Riley Harrison for company. And like you were just saying, Arias and Solfakari are the drivers you need to keep an eye on. Martin Menezes of Portugal and George Edgar for the United Kingdom go from row 4. They'll have Kara Kowalczyk of Poland and Theo Salomão from Brazil on row 5. Alex Sharma from Trinidad and Tobago will start on row 6. We'll have Germany's Ian Kraling for company alongside. Rian Dharmadasa for Sri Lanka and Vicente Garcia of Chile on row 7. Benji Westwood from Malta and Estonia's Theodor Tobal go from row 8. They'll have Jakub Gaspanovic and Felipe Benito Ramos on row number 9.
Second half of the grid, and there's already drivers with problems on the formation laps. We'll come back to that in a moment. Jusei Saura for Japan is on row 10, joined by Greece's Nicolas Karagiannis. Mariano Axel Nocom starts on row 11 alongside Zacharias Lindström. Vanessa Schilkenes, who's due to go from row number 12, is joined by Bautista Panetta for Argentina, who had a very good race in the first round of heats yesterday, up to 11th. Eric Poulsen is on the 13th row of the grid. Is joined by Martina Rumlanova. Devon Grabko for the USA is alongside Ener Pizzuto for Italy. Jack Moore and Meita Koberhidze go from row number 15. Mariano Lopez and Luis Cedeno start on row 16. Lucas Pellizzari and Michael Lederer are on the penultimate row of the grid, row 17. It's a 36-strong field completed by row 18, Piero Belsasso and Ori Goldberg. There are your points. 94 apiece for Arias and Sulfikari. Very simple situation for those two. Whoever finishes higher will get the position, but it may not necessarily be for pole because Mats van Rooyen is there on 79 points. If he can take a win in this one, put Arias and Sulfikari under some scoreboard pressure, he could take pole position. Likewise, the Troja on 77, Salomão on 72, Edgar on 64. We're heading into the tram lines, over to the race director. Are we going green this time around? Yes, we are. 9 laps underway to decide the grid for the medal race later on this afternoon in Sprint Junior. It's no, they're all off. They're all off. They've all lost grip totally altogether. What happened there for Chiara Batigue? She had a problem, and then everybody else, it said, fell off in sympathy. My goodness me, what a dramatic start, and it's Sulfikari. Sulfikari has come to the front of the order. There's problems for Sweden as well. What drama. It's Eric Poulsen who's out of the race. Furious with that. That is, a round has gone Austria. Austria, that's Michael Lederer, who started on the 17th row of the grid. Michael Lederer has gone round. What drama here on lap 1.
That was absolutely unbelievable. There was just no grip at turn 1. They turned in, they turned the wheels, but just nothing had happened. Was that just no tyre temperature, or was there a bit of water down on the track? What's going to happen again this time around? Have they got the temperature in the tyres, or are they just on that dirty part of the track? As down the inside goes Salomão from Brazil to get through. There is Trinidad and Tobago of Sharma trying to get involved in this one. But like you were saying, Sulfikari's in the lead of this as Kart's getting unceremoniously dragged off the track. That looks like it could be Lederer. The 53, Michael Lederer, who we called out earlier on. But Sulfikari is not out of the woods yet, though. Kowalczyk, Menezes is there. Mats van Rooyen, Bosco Arias is there as well. It's a close-knit battle as Australia is fighting back here. Riley Harrison trying to get down the inside of Jakub Gaspanovic. That's not worked out. He stayed behind, but look how close these top 4 are, Andrew. They are line astern heading into turn 18.
Also out of this one, Devon Grabko for the USA, no longer running. Ener Pizzuto for Italy, no longer running. Goldberg is out as well for Israel. End of lap number 2. On the attack, Mats van Rooyen down the inside of Martin Menezes. That's the Netherlands past Portugal for 3rd place. Sulfikari at the moment with this result would take pole position for the medal race later on this afternoon. Bosco Arias has just set the fastest lap of the race of 56.796. You can see him there at the back of this 5-car train. The Spaniard, who would be on the outside of row number 1 as things stand, for that medal race, but we know, we've watched Bosco Arias across the course of the 2024 FIA karting season, Anthony. We know that this young Spaniard is a fighter. He is a matador on the home soil. He will not be happy sat there in 5th place, and he'll be looking over the next couple of laps to pick off these opponents and get himself back up to the front with Zulfikari.
Certainly will. Well, let's keep a close eye on this as Mariano Lopez now becomes under investigation. Eyes on this one here. Kowalczyk's going to slam the door closed on Mats van Rooyen. The battle for second is on. That's bunched the whole pack up there. And now Bosco Arias has got through now just behind. So Arias now up into P4 now as again Mats van Rooyen sends it down the inside at turn number 5 and 6. That brings it all back together. They've slow out of the exit as they enter on to the infield straight now. Here comes Spain. Here comes Arias to the inside. This time, not close enough through turns 9 and 10. We'll have to wait that little bit longer. This race so far, no idea what happened at the start of that one, but look at Zulfikari now. He was in danger earlier on, but those overtakes have just given him that little bit of breathing space in this race.
The other thing that we need to consider is once again the wind. We were talking about it yesterday, particularly into turn 1. It's picked up. It's also changed direction. It's going across the circuit, and when you get a bit of a gust at the side of the kart, sometimes that can just be enough to unsettle, particularly on turn-in. Everybody's got to grips with it quite literally now. Arjen Kraeling's improving. This is more like it from Arjen Kraeling. The German there in the white and orange race suit, the Kart Republic Works team colours, of course. Arjen Kraeling up to P6, and his investigation flag for Iskender Zulfikari, the race leader. Kraeling goes down the inside and takes 5th away from Menezes. But what has happened here with Zulfikari? Zulfikari under the watchful eye of the race officials, and this could massively change the story in Sprint Junior.
It certainly could. No idea what that's for. Well, you would put 2 and 2 together. It's most likely something that's happened at the race start.
Maybe, yeah.
But because during the race, he's been in the front and he's not done anything. So that's an interesting one. So hopefully we get to see that one. Spain down the inside. Bosco Arias on Clara Kowalczyk, superbly timed, and no drama there whatsoever. That's put Kowalczyk on the back foot here. Arjen Kraeling now on the attack. Big send down the inside. No time wasted there whatsoever, but Kowalczyk's going to fight it back now as she gets a little bit of a bump from Portugal's Menezes just behind. Salamal there of Brazil as well. Gaspanovic also just there as she's going to try and push herself forward. Now, George Edgar has just set the fastest lap of the race. He was a driver also that got caught out at the start of that race. He's dropped well down the order, as you can see here, unfortunately, out of the race. This is Enea Pizzuto, I think, one of the drivers out of this one. You saw the Italians cart there just in front. This is the race start.
So keep an eye on Zulfikari from P5.
So Zulfikari, maybe there was some assistance there, I don't know, but the drivers on the outside, they were already going straight on, so that's the confusing one for me. I'm going to eat my words of what I said earlier on. That retirement that we saw earlier on at the start of that was Ori Goldberg from Israel, unfortunately out of the race. Here's the rear angle from that one. Oh wow, there's a big wild spin there off to the left-hand side, but so many drivers off again at the start of one of these races. That first chicane certainly proving a pinch point and a challenge for the fields this weekend.
Absolutely. We're on lap number 7. Here is Chiara Batti coming back through the field. That's her getting past Clara Kowalczyk for 7th place. 2 drivers with a lot of experience in the junior categories across the course of the 2024 racing season. And I've been really impressed with Chiara Batti this weekend. She's looked absolutely rapid every time we've seen the number 81 kart out on circuit. Was the pole position winner in timed qualifying a couple of days ago. Hasn't had everything her own way in terms of in race conditions, but again, when we get to that medal race, that longer medal race than these heats as well, keep an eye on Chiara Batti. Switzerland, of course, won medals yesterday for the first time in these games. Can they add to that tally, the 1 bronze from yesterday? They're definitely going to hope so in the hands of Fatigue. Back with Arias. Arias trying to find a way past Mats van Rooyen. Doesn't need to necessarily do so for their personal battle on the intermediate classification order. Arias is already ahead of Mats van Rooyen. But if you can find a way through on the last lap and then have a storming last lap, could still take pole position. And also, we've got to remember that Zulfikari is under investigation from earlier on in the race. So Arias, if there's something coming in the direction of Zulfikari in terms of a jurisdiction, Arias doesn't necessarily need to go for this move, Anthony, because he would inherit pole position from a potentially future penalised Zulfikari.
Yes, exactly. Theo Salamau now on that fastest lap of the race, currently sitting in P6 behind these two here. Bosco Arias on the charge on this final lap's going to go for second place down the inside through that infield sector, claims that one more spot, and that could mean the difference of starting very much on pole position for that one. But Iskender Zulfikari out of the final corner at this moment in time will start on pole position for the final later on. But the lack of a celebration there and a look behind the shoulder would indicate that maybe he thinks that, oh, was I ahead by 5 seconds? Well, Iskender, you were not. You were 1.1 seconds further up the road, and if that investigation flag turns into a 5-second time penalty, that would put him, well, that would put him well down in the order. That would put him down to about, I think, 7th place, I think, in this race. But that's all provisional, of course, and right now it is Turkey on pole position for that sprint junior final later on with Iskender Zulfikari. Bosco Arias of Spain would be second in that race ahead of Mats van Rooyen, who finished third in that race. Ian Kraling from Martin Menezes of Portugal, from Theo Salamau from Brazil. Chiara Batig finishing in 7th place for Switzerland, ahead of the rest of the field as well. Kara Kowalczyk, De Troja and Panetta rounding out the top 10 out on track. A very shaky start, though, Andrew, for the sprint juniors. Not what you'd like to see, but again, I just don't know what happened. It's not raining. That must have literally purely been a lack of traction out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take some of the look at some of the highlights from that one. That was Ener Pizzuto out of the race, one of several drivers who didn't make it through the first couple of laps. Here was that very dramatic race start, and keep an eye on Zulfikari in the red suit, third back on the left-hand side. I think for Batig, yes, that was simply a lack of grip. And look, at Arias was off as well in all of that. Arias was very lucky to only lose about 5 positions in that. The Trojan really lost out there, getting deep into the grass. And we talked about it when we went on a track walk at the start of the week, didn't we, mate? And we talked about this first turn and it being a hotbed of activity, particularly with those long runs through the cut-through of a formation lap. Are we starting to see that come into effect on finals day? That was Michael Lederer going round. Also out on that first lap, Ori Goldberg and Devon Grabko. The race continued, though. Some good moves from Brazil coming up through the order. Some good moves from Ian Kraling as well, fighting with Martin Menezes. But it was all about Bosco Arias to see whether the Spaniard could get back up towards his rival this weekend. Yeah, and he certainly made it a little bit of a challenge for himself, like you say, at the start of that race, but certainly delivered later on as well. Like you say, Ian Kraling also making those moves on Klara Kowalczyk, the representative for Poland. But again, those chopping and changings, they all happen so thick and fast on those laps. It's sometimes hard to keep a track of them. But it was a checkered flag for Turkey. Iskender Zulfikari claims another win in the juniors in the qualifying heats, but that investigation looms over the shoulder there. It is not set in stone. Let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, it's over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. I'm with Iskender Zulfikari. Iskender, there was a bit of a full-on moment at the start of that race. Can you tell me about it?
Yeah, it was kind of difficult and scary because the inside had a little bit of water, and I also barely made it out to the first corner. It was kind of hard, but I still managed to get it out, so yeah.
So when you hit that wet patch, was there quite a lot of understeer that was going on?
Not quite a lot, because I was lucky that I had two people in front of me that already hit it in the same line, so I kind of had it more warmer for me. So I had it more easy, but unluckily for the other people, they went straight.
And partway through that race on the timing board, it showed up that you were under investigation. We don't know the outcomes of that just yet. Were you aware of that when you were driving around?
Only in the start something would have happened, like I maybe pushed them a little bit, but like none of that happened, because I was alone the whole race.
And then going into the finals later on today, you seem confident. Is that the case? You feel like you could grab a gold for Turkey?
I'm looking forward to it, but also in the rain I wasn't so quickly, so if it is dry in the final, I'm sure I win it.
Best of luck to you, Iskender. Great to talk to you. That's our Turkish driver, Iskender Sulfikari, race winner provisionally in that one. We'll head back up into the box, and then I'll see you shortly over on the grid.
Thanks, Nicole. Karting Sprint Senior coming up next. And, well, over this weekend, again, it has been a pretty dominant one for one driver, and that driver is the home nation, Spain's Ruben Moya. So far, pole position, and in qualifying Heat 3 for Sprint Senior, that is moments away. Can he claim his third and final qualifying heat win of the weekend?
Well, that's going to be the question that's going to be answered, and he's got a healthy lead in the intermediate classification at this stage. Behind him, Vaclav Prokaska has been very strong so far this weekend, a couple of second places, and those two will line up front to back on the right-hand side of the grid, first and third positions. On the outside of row one, it'll be Jakub Mikulev, the driver from Malta, who had a disqualification in the first race. So that set Mikulev back a little bit, but we recovered to a third in the second round. And also keep an eye on Alex Machado in this race. Very experienced international karter from Andorra. One of Andorra's biggest hopes of a medal at these FIA Motorsport Games. And two top fives yesterday for Machado. Looking like he's got some very good race pace here in the OKN spec category for the Sprint Seniors. I'd also keep an eye on the FIA Karting World Cup winner from PF International back in September, the inaugural World Cup winner, Kyo Lee for the Republic of Korea, is going to be looking to rebound after a disappointing day yesterday. Starts 14th on the grid for this one, 11th and a DQ with the results for Lee less than 24 hours ago.
Yeah, indeed. That second qualifying heat did not go his way at all as the preparations being made there. You could probably hear in the background engines firing up as well for Crosscar, which is still running over the course of the day. Our counterpart, Guillaume Alvarez, over there on commentary duties, having a very busy day. And there you can see they're pretty packed and closed in for their racing. They've got the seniors, juniors and the minis out there, of course, today. And the minis look absolutely fantastic. The small cars, they've got the driver in, and they're doing a 2x2 sort of elimination sort of technique of their racing. And it's been absolutely fantastic to watch. However, it is almighty muddy over there, so I do feel sorry for Guillaume a little bit.
Don't go over there with a white pair of shoes.
No, and that's all I brought with me.
But for Sprint Senior here in the karting arena, this 1.4 kilometre all tarmac surface for the drivers. We've seen some of our drivers this morning in other categories taking to the scenery. It's still cold out there, no rain yet. A breeze across the circuit will, I think, continue to make things tricky into turn one. We've seen incidents in pretty much every single moment on a race start into turn one. What are we about to see here in Sprint Senior? Let's head down to Nicole, who's with our double winner from yesterday, Ruben Moya.
Double winner indeed. Of course, Spain looking like you have a very good chance across every category. Novella Morales in the mini, Bosco Arias in the junior, and Ruben, you in the senior. Would you agree you've got good chance across the board?
Yes, of course. We race at home, and the Spanish ISN called the best driver we have in Spain in each category. So yes, of course, it was clear before coming we had good options, but this is better than what we expect.
And of course, Spain grabbed the silver yesterday in the endurance race. Was the mood in the Spanish camp quite high yesterday evening?
Yes, was quite nice. We got already, I think, 4 golds and 3 silvers, counting also the rally and the other categories. So yes, it was quite nice yesterday.
And of course, we spoke yesterday a little bit about, even though you're on home soil here in Spain, this isn't a track that you've driven before. Nobody here really has. What have you learnt throughout this week that you're using today, if I'm allowed to know?
I was difficult because Friday was rain dry every time. So at the end we arrived to qualifying with we did how much laps on the dry? 10 laps, 15 laps. So yes, it was a little bit step by step. We are testing some things on the chassis because we didn't know. Also, I never drive with this chassis, so yes, we are testing some things to improve for the final.
Great to hear from you, Ruben. Best of luck for this last heat. We'll head across then to Jakub Mikulev. Jakub, of course, victory lane suit there on. I know that you're pretty used to the OK category, but as for the Kart Republic chassis, how have you been finding it on this circuit?
On the circuit, I find the chassis really nice. Like there's grip like everywhere in the track, and it's quite comfortable. So yeah, I quite like it.
And of course, we don't want to talk too soon because you never know what could happen in heats and in racing in general. But do you feel like you have a good chance this week of grabbing a podium or a gold?
Yeah, I mean, in the first heat, I got disqualified for a bad maneuver from me. But I will push, and I'll try my best, and I believe I can do it.
So that disqualification earlier on, how do you deal with that mentally as a driver? Do you kind of ignore it, or does it give you more motivation?
I just ignore it and just move forward and try to push harder to recover.
Great to hear from you, Jakub. The number 24 from Malta, of course. We're going to head down quickly and see if we can catch up with our driver from Georgia. Go this way. Confidence level yesterday, Lado, was very, very high. Still the case today?
Yeah, we struggled just a little bit with the pace yesterday, but today should be fine. We've got different engine, different motivation, everything should be fine. Perfect.
And that motivation level, where does it come from with you? What causes that kind of fire in your belly to be as interested and determined as you are?
Just to be as great as the other drivers are in Europe, like the English drivers like Higgins, Bishop and others. Yeah.
Great to hear from you. That's our senior drivers for their last heat of today. Boys in the box, over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Down there, and again, wind still picking up. We saw the start of that junior race being a little bit interesting. Senior race, is it going to be anything similar? We just don't know, but it's starting to get a little bit horrible out there, I would say, in terms of the weather, because we're looking at our forecasts in here. It's saying that it's due to start around the 1 o'clock mark, I think. And from that point on, that's around finals time. So hopefully the drivers are used to the dry conditions in the morning, because I don't think they'll be the same come the finals.
It's a major karting race in 2024.
It means it's going to rain.
It's going to rain for the finals.
Like it's done in every single event this year.
Well, we hope not. We hope not. Let's be positive. With the weather, but it is getting a little dark clouds coming over the circuit, and still that breeze going from right to left over the circuit. Last moments for the drivers with their mechanics. 1 minute board in the air for the final qualifying heat in the Sprint Senior event. This race, the result from it will be combined with those that we saw yesterday. If you missed any of the action from yesterday, you can watch it back on the FIA Karting Championship YouTube channel and the FIA channel, and also we've welcome our viewers as well from GT World. We're getting ready for this one, and the big question, can anyone stop the dominance of Ruben Moya, kart number 11 for the host nation Spain? Pole position from times qualifying earlier on this week and 2 race wins yesterday. He really, really is on form at the Aspar Circuit. mere moments away, Anthony Jordan, from the start of this one. It'll be 11 laps to decide who's going to be on pole for the final.
Indeed, it's going to be a long one, but Spain is looking dominant so far this weekend as the engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's indeed take you through that full starting lineup of 35 drivers. Spain's Ruben Moya starting on pole position. We'll have Jakub Mikulev starting alongside for Malta. Vaclav Prochaska on row number 2. We'll have Kota Toshihashi of Japan alongside Lado Kutianidze from Georgia. We'll have Bati Yildirim alongside on row number 3. Alex Machado and Roberto Bass on row 4. They'll have Luca Magnussen and Taylor Greenfield on row number 5. Both of them having a little bit of a challenging weekend so far. Elia Weiss of Germany and Markus Schilkunas from Lithuania go from row number 6. They'll have Lucas Mora and Kuo Lee on row 7. Guy Albag and Leon Nilsson go from row 8. They'll have Jean Carras and Miguel Silva on row number 9.
Daniel Dalakian starts on row 10, is alongside David Cosma Christopher. Tough day yesterday for Cosma Christopher, 15th and 28th in his races. Ishan Madesh and a rejuvenated Kuba Raisky go from row number 11. Row 12, Carlos Fonseca and Ghazi Motlakar. Motlakar in good race form at the moment, starts P24. Eda Herrera and Chen Yikai start on row number 13 ahead of Camilo Trapper and Benjamin Mahon on row 14. Pip Kassabine for Australia goes from row 15. It's joined by Lebanon's Stephanie Hobaker. Row 16, Gerger Kochar and Pato Hoppenstedt. Row 17, Mohamed Ahmed and Baruch Roy Bacco. 35 strong field completed by Prix Trevino. Dry conditions, cold conditions, worn tyres as well for everybody out there. No fresh boots for them in this third heat. Air temperature 14 degrees. Point tally looks like this. Moya on 100 points. Prochaska on 88. Machado currently on the inside of row 2 with 77. Very close with Shilkunas 74. Toshihashi and Yildirim both on 68. That is all about to change though. We're going to go into the tram lines in a few moments. Ruben Moya looking for the last possible moment to swing over to driver's right, head into those tram lines. Lights are red. Are we good for the race start?
Let's find out. That's quite a crucial thing. He's keeping on the dry part of the track as well. Lights are green. We are racing. Sprint Senior. Who's going to be on pole for that final as they go down towards turn 1? Is there going to be straight on moments? No, not this time around. And look at the gap Moya's got already. That clear line into turn 1, and he can get on the power and disappear from the rest, but the action is still on behind. Jakub Mikulev is still there in second place, has got Japan's Toshihashi right behind him now as they push through the back straights in towards turns 9 and 10. It's a good getaway from the field, but everyone else holding on to it there. Bati Yildirim of Turkey just getting squeezed out wide on the exit, had the close company of Taylor Greenfield down the inside of Peru, trying to hold on to that one, but as they go through, there you can see Georgia up into 4th place and having a very strong start.
Zukartov in the background. I think it might have been Lucas Mora in the number 6 at that start. Great one for Moya, great one for Mikulev as well, brave around the outside. Prochaska got all out of shape through turn 2, did very well to hold on to things, has lost a couple of positions, but is least still in the race. It wasn't Lucas Mora who fell down the order. I think it might have been another one of the single-digit numbers who got crossed up there in sector number 3. But for Ruben Moya, this is a brilliant start. 1.25 seconds clear of Mikulev, and more crucially, his closest rival in those intermediate classification points is down in 4th place. Prochaska has just got past Kukinidze there for that position, but has got a lot of work to do now if he's going to break Ruben Moya's streak.
It certainly will do. End of lap number 2 now. They're approaching the line. They'll be going on to lap 3 in a few moments, and already you're seeing here, are they closing in on Moya? The answer at this moment in time is 1.29 seconds as Georgia down the inside. Well, not this time around. Trying to go down the inside there. just not able to find the gap. Bass now up into P5 past Kukinidze, and pushing him down the order just that little bit more here as this whole field just tries to concertina themselves up. QLE, fastest lap of the race, currently is in 11th place, is still up in this race, but is on the back foot just now. Was very late under brakes there for Elia Weiss of Germany, and just squeezed it down the inside, as unfortunately out of the race and going no further is Lucas Moura. Unfortunately, Team Brazil going no further in this final qualifying heat. The only comfort that he can take away from this is that he knows he's still in that medal final later on. Yeah,
he'll still be in that medal race, but he's going to be starting at best in the middle of the pack. 16th and 11th yesterday. That's going to be something like a 30 plus something on the position score. Lovely move from Machado down the inside. Alex Machado for Andorra gets past Kukinidze for 6th place. New fastest lap of the race from Vaclav Prokaska, 56.136. The trouble, though, at the moment, Anthony, is the typical pattern we've seen from Ruben Moya so far this week, is once he gets into a lead, he just manages. He manages the tyres, the brakes, everything so well. It's gonna take a monumental effort from anyone to A, pull this gap back, and then B, find a way through.
Well, I think the biggest thing that they can take away from what we've seen at the starts of these is the starts. You know, Moya's just able to find that way through. No one's been able to put that pressure on the Spaniard at the start of these races. They've all been kind of focusing on, oh no, trying to fight this one, and I've got someone down the inside. It's just that start. If they can get in front before turn one, or they can match him or unsettle him, not anything malicious, but just unsettle him into turn one, and then there's a position where they might be able to take this to the end. But this has been a carbon copy throughout all of these. There's Markus Šilkunis at this moment, who's now pushing his way through this field, up 4 places, up into P8 for Lithuania. He has got Georgia just behind, and he has got Germany's Elia Weiss just ahead. So again, very close runnings here. Oh no, actually that's Malta just ahead. So has that been a change of positions there on my screen? Is that Jakub Mikulev going backwards?
Could well be. And oh, now investigation flag for Vaclav Prokaska in the number 8. Not sure what that is for in the box. So it's Moya from Mikulev, Toshihashi, Prokaska. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4 at the end of the 5th lap. Onto lap number 6, the halfway stage of this 11-lap race. Who's making nice progress through the field? Camila Trapper is, the Argentine driver, up 11 places to 16th. Pip Casapine as well. Hello to everyone watching in Australia. And good news for Team Australia that Casapine is up 11 spots as well. Solidly into the top 20 now, P18.
Yep, having a good run out there, and has got Gazi Motlaka from Mozambique for company just ahead also. And as well as Jean Caras of Greece just behind, who's not had the best getaway in this one, but it's still in this race nonetheless. Let's have a look at a replay here. This is down the inside. Nice little change there for Czechia, and moving down the inside of Georgia and moving up the order very nicely. Prokaska back up into P4, and the recovery drive here after that start, you said it earlier on, just wasn't the best, was it?
No, it was one of those things. You got a snap of oversteer just coming through turn 2. We've seen already this morning just how tricky it is through that first couple of corners, and it was one of those moments where he just needed to get out of the gas, get out of the throttle, get the correction on the steering done, and live to fight for another day. A bit further down in the running order of the intermediate classification, this is a key point for Team Japan, and Kota Toshihashi there in the number 19 in 3rd place. At the moment, Toshihashi is swapping positions on the grid in the intermediate classification for the medal race with Šilkunas. Toshihashi would be onto the outside of row number 2, which you never know. If we do get some rain later on this afternoon, starting on that outside line might be quite beneficial. We've seen when grip has been low into turn 1 that a shallower line, a shallower attack into turn 1 can be a good thing. So Toshihashi needs to hold on here ahead of Prokaska to make sure that those points don't swap back. with Lithuania's Silkunas.
I'm going to disagree with you,
okay.
Andrew. Controversy in the box. No, I think for Toshihashi, it'd be better to start P5 because then you're on the inside line, you're off that racing line. That's where all the rubber is. They had a huge endurance race yesterday. They were all on that line and everything. That inside line is dirty. It's where the grip will be if it's soaking wet.
But to add to the debate,
go on.
It's so wide.
It is
into
so
turn
wide.
1. If you're on the outside, can you nip in just one kart width inside, get off the rubbing line? We don't know. We'll see later on today. Investigation flag for Eder Herrera in the number 10. Where is Herrera in the order at the moment? I think a little bit lower down the order of things, so it's a difficult race for Herrera. Yes, down to P29 at the moment. Less than 3 laps to go in full length. What is the gap for Moya? 1.4, 1.5 seconds for the Spaniard. What a games Spain are having. Yesterday, or the start of Friday, in the 2 previous editions of the FIA Motorsport Games, they won medals. They won 8 of them across the course of the last 2 sets of games. 4 silvers, 4 bronzes, but no golds. Spain are already onto 4 golds. They are leading the medal table by quite some margin. And based on what we're seeing here from Ruben Moya, they've got a very good chance here in the karting arena of adding to the silver that they won yesterday in karting endurance and getting maybe a 5th gold medal in total across all the disciplines here in Valencia.
And that might put them in the total medal lead as well across all the games that we've had, not just this year's games. So very interesting one there. Benjamin Mahoun at the moment seeing a warning flag as again Shilkun is setting the fastest lap of the race. Is behind this battle here. He's not part of this group at the moment. That is backed up by Alex Machado of Andorra in the number 1, and there you can see Czechia's Prohaska just ahead. There is Shilkunas all on his own for Lithuania, just behind this group of 4. He is closing in, but time is very quickly running out here, Andrew. We are going on to the final lap of this race, and Ruben Moya's lead is 1.3 seconds. It's not broken away at a significant level, but it's certainly comfortable for this one. Let's see what happens later on as Andorra dives down the inside. Alex Machado getting the move done on Prohaska, moves up now into P4. And what does that mean in terms of things? Because that benefits himself a little in the points.
Yeah, a few points here, a few points there. I don't think it'll change things in terms of positions, but a good feather in the cap there for Alex Machado. Just very quickly on Marcus Shilkunas. I've been really impressed with Shilkunas this weekend. He's had a up and down FIA karting season, made the switch for the World Championships to a Kart Republic chassis. It was very difficult conditions at those World Championships, but he's really starting to shine now, particularly here in Sprint Senior at these FIA Motorsport Games. Not quite shining as much as this man, though. Ruben Moya is going to come through the final chicane, make it 3 wins from 3, and put himself even further as a strong favourite for gold later on this afternoon. Moya will start on pole. Mikulev P2 in that one ahead of Toshihashi and Machado. Prohaska will be alongside Moya on the front row for the medal race. He comes home in 5th.
A superb start then to the last day of racing in the FIA Motorsport Games. And for Spain, their medals are just getting better and better. But later on today, can they add more to it with that young man there on your screen? Ruben Moya. Top 5 then very strong. Shilkunas finishing in P6 from Elia Weiss of Germany. Bass finishing just behind in P8 as well for the Netherlands. Lado Kukianidze for Georgia finishing in 9th place ahead of the Republic of Korea's Kyuho Lee. Guy Albag finishing in 11th place for Israel. Peru with Taylor Greenfield in 12th. Sweden with Leo Nilsson in 13th place. Turkey with Bata Yildirim finishing in 14th. And Denmark's Luca Magnussen rounding out the top 15 in that number 9. He's had a tricky weekend, but the rest of the field there on your screen. Seniors, Andrew, nearly done, but they've had some pretty dramatic races.
Very dramatic races, and the big one is yet to come, of course. The gold medal race will be later on this afternoon. All of our medal races later on this afternoon, of course. 12:40 local time for the minis, 13:35 for the juniors, 14:05 for the seniors. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that third and final qualifying heat for Sprint Senior. This was the start, the big question. Would they all make it through? The answer broadly, yes, although we see there Prokaska get a big snap of oversteer that held him up and lost second place as a result. But Moya, within 3-4 corners, Anthony, was gone.
Yeah, it's just something he's able to do. I mean, the first time I saw him race in person would have been at Campeos in Spain. He was doing exactly the same there. He was able to just sweep through turn one and claim like a 5-car lead on the first couple of corners alone. He's doing exactly the same here. He's utilizing that same sort of strategy, wide in and fast through. Czechia making the moves in the earlier stages. Prochaska just pushing back after not getting the best start to that race. Ended it in P5 as Andorra slowly started to make his way through. Brazil out of the race in the early stages along with 2 others as well. That was Lucas Moura, David Cosma, Christopher, unfortunately out of that race, and Jean Carres. So Brazil, Romania and Greece all out of that last qualifying heat of the weekend. But however, moves still came in thick and fast in those earlier stages, as like we were saying, Machado, 3 places gained for Andorra as the rest of the field behind all started to still continue to scrap for the race. This was Andorra again down the inside going on to that final lap and claiming that P4 finish. But Spain's Ruben Moya, a dominant performance and looking to claim another gold medal in all of the disciplines. Like we were saying, they've already won 4 so far. Could they get a 5th? That is the ultimate question. We are moments away from a break, but before we do that, let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, it's over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. I'm with Jakub Mikulev, second place in that one. Jakub, we saw Ruben Moya break away very early and he led a very strong race. What do you think it's going to take for you to catch up in the final later on today?
I think to catch up, I have to fix the small mistakes and just be more concentrated, and that's it.
So, small mistakes, a bit of a consistency issue. What do those mistakes look like? Is it corners or braking?
They're like moving the steering, entering fast, entering slow, sliding the tires. There are a lot of factors.
And on a track like this where it's quite wide and the corners are quite long, the braking, is that really crucial to make sure you're holding the brake? What does that look like?
Yes, the braking is very crucial. You have to be smooth but also stop it. Like if you brake very hard, the tires will slide and you will have no grip and consistency. So the brake is very crucial with these tires.
And at an event like this where you're the only person to be representing your team, you haven't really got teammates to compare against. What do you do to try and make progress throughout the races on the weekend?
To make progress, I'll talk with my mechanic, my father, to review the mistakes, and I'll move on from there.
Great to hear from you, Jacob, and good luck for the final. That's it then for our heats this morning, but there's a lot more to come up this afternoon. Anthony Jordan, can you tell us a bit about what that's going to be?
Oh, I can do my level best at Nicole Sutherland indeed. Yes, karting mini with final B. That will be a 9-lap race. That will be starting at 12:40 local time here in Spain. Then it goes to karting minis medal final. That will be the first time we see the medals getting awarded. That is at 1:05. Then the Sprint Junior at 1:35. Sprint Senior to round out the day at 2:05. So in around an hour and 30 minutes time, we will be back for those finals, but let's see what is going to happen. This year's FIA Motorsport Games in 2024 at the Aspar Circuit is far from over. Stay tuned. From myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland and Andrew Mather, we'll see you in 90 minutes time for the finals. Bienvenidos, motorsport fans around the world. We're coming to you live from the vibrant city of Valencia in Spain as it has transformed over this weekend into the global capital of racing for the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. And the games are about to get even more exciting as we have reached the finale, finals time for the karting sprint here at the Aspar Circuit in Valencia. Year of opening 2024, event record set by Ruben Moya in time qualifying with a 55.890. No one has been able to beat that time as of yet. Maybe it could change in this final. A look at the track though, 200 meters down the start-finish straight, 255 meters down the back straight, total track length 1,448 meters, means it's a long circuit. It's wide as well, 8 to 10 meters, it widens to about 12, 13 meters on the start-finish straight. Elevation though, it's a flat circuit. There is no elevation around the circuit, meaning it is just a nice flat surface for the drivers to race on. Turns 21 in total, 13 to the right, 8 to the left, plus the 2 hairpins out there. All of those provide some fantastic overtaking opportunities, but we see the most in towards turns 1 and 2. Turns 5, 9 and 17 out on track, but that doesn't take away from every other overtaking opportunity around the circuit. We've seen them everywhere. Top speed, drivers reaching that into the top of the track, 120 kilometers an hour in the senior category. Average speed around 94 kilometers an hour, meaning it is a fast and flowing, demanding circuit ready for our drivers ahead of their finals. And it is starting very, very soon. You can already see the first grid lined up, ready to go. There it is. Final Mini B coming up next. In a few moments' time, we'll be heading down to Nicole Sutherland down there on the grid. But before that, a look at that next race. It is Sprint Mini Final B coming up, 9 laps. These drivers have worked incredibly hard over the course of this weekend. Unfortunately, they won't go any further than this race. This race will determine who finishes 23rd and below in these categories. There will not be any gold medals at the end of this one. But let's head down to the pre-grid. Nicole Sutherland, it's over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Over here then on the Aspar circuit, nice and dry now compared to what we had this morning, and the wind is starting to pick up. The grid of minis behind me, of course, this is their last opportunity to try and impress on the Aspar circuit. They won't be progressing into today's finals later on, but they do have one more opportunity to race each other and really show us what each country is made of. The first country I'm going to go and speak to is Hong Kong. We've got Mason Kwong in here, the 117. Mason, how are you feeling ahead of this final race of the 2024 Motorsport Games?
I'm feeling kind of nervous and excited at the same time.
And those nerves, is that just because you really want to do well for your nation?
Yeah, I want to represent Hong Kong and win.
And then representing Hong Kong, other than your country's, governing body who has picked you to be their driver to join us, who else has been helping you this week to, get those results in and perform?
Probably my family and my team, because my team is helping me do data and stuff. Also pushing me to do my best work, and my family's just supporting me all day long.
Great to hear from you, Mason, and we'll watch you do your best work ahead of this race. Very best of luck. We'll go over to our second driver who's starting on the front row, Raphael. Final fist bumps for his mechanic. Raphael, you feeling confident that you can put some good work in this race?
Yeah, I feel confident. Starting P1, hopefully I can keep it until the end of the race.
And to be here at the Aspar Circuit in Valencia for the games representing your country, that's a huge, huge achievement in itself. Would you agree?
Yeah, I feel very happy to be here from Costa Rica. It's been a long way.
And of course, this race, you've got a bit of work to do. Hopefully you can take home a win in this B final. But will you be returning to your country proud of what you've done this week?
Yeah, I'm going to return very proud. Just coming here is a very big accomplishment.
And Raphael, is there anything else you'd like to say ahead of this race?
No, I just wish everybody good luck, and I'm trying to get first place.
Great sportsmanship there from our 107. We've got the 136 from Sweden. This race, big deal for you. You feeling good?
A little bit.
And who has been on the tools for you this weekend? Who's been your mechanic and what have they said to you?
He says I'm good this weekend, only having fun, not the pressure at what you place in the final. I'll just have fun.
Just have fun indeed. We'll keep heading down then. We've got a female driver behind me, Amelie Huvers. Amelie, some impressive results this weekend. One of the first opportunities for her to drive on the global stage. Amelie, you feeling happy going into this B final?
Yes.
And this week you're representing your country. Is that a big deal for you?
Yeah, pretty much.
Great to hear from you. Anthony, if you can hear me, a little message to you, or have a bit of a chat. For drivers who haven't competed in FIA or outside of their home country, how big of a deal do you normally find it is for them?
Well, Nicole, great question. Usually it is a massive deal. For some drivers, the first time that they race out of a national sort of arena, they go to a brand new circuit, brand new, sometimes climate that they race at, brand new field of drivers. In itself, just the competition is more impressive. But I think to represent your country on a global scene, such as the FIA Motorsport Games, it's got to feel right there in your heart, in your chest, that you feel like I'm here for my own country on a global scene. It must be such an impressive feeling.
Absolutely, and it's for my first time at these games. You know, we've got all these different events going on as well. That's the big difference. Even if it's a driver who has been an international event, you know, you've got GT racing, TCR racing, rally. We've got the cross car behind us. That's all been a very different atmosphere for the karters here.
Yeah, exactly. But Nicole, down there, again, what is the atmosphere from there? Like, you've got the mechanics in the pit lane. You've got, obviously, the drivers now in the karts. How is it feeling down there?
I'd say for a final, it's very calm. I can see all of the mechanics up the side of the fence kind of getting ready to give those signals to these drivers during the race. But I think every driver has been really composed, which is really impressive considering how young they actually are. You know, we've got a grid of motorsport megastars for the future just behind me. Let's see how they get on, wishing them all the very best of luck. Boys, for this B final, for our many drivers, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole, down there on the grid. We are moments away from getting this race started. It is about 1 minute away from being started. There you can see Ross Upton heading onto the grid with the 1 minute board. The pre-grid officer ahead of this B final. Like we were saying, no progression for this one. A little bit of a shame for them. They've got this, they've had all the hard work from there. They've delivered as much as they can, but it's all going to be down to what they can do in this one. A look at the class itself, though. Sprint Mini, drivers age 8 to 11 years old. 39 entries into the weekend, but only the 22 get into the main A final. The rest of the drivers of that 39 here in this race, and of course 39 nationalities being represented. The power unit, the 60cc, rev restricted to 12,000 RPM. Basically, it's the XS configuration of the Mini 60, outputting 11 brake horsepower, and total weight is around 110 kilos. I think it's 110 kilos for the minimum, or 105 kilos, sorry, for the minimum category as they head out there. Any gram underneath that, they're in a spot of bother with the technical team. And scrutineers down there. Tyres, well, for the majority of this weekend, they've been using the Mojo C2 tyres. They are still using those for this one. They've had, of course, the one set for all the qualifying heats and the finals as well, so they've had to really look after these for the majority of it. But let's see what happens in this one as the field heads away. One driver not getting away. That was Amelie Hughes, who we did speak to on the grid. Her car not firing up very early on, and it still looks to be just that little bit sluggish there, but I think it's coughed into life and she's got going, which is good to see. So hopefully she can get herself back up into position. Like we say, Andrew, final time. It's going to be an exciting one. Let's quickly take you through that starting lineup. Rafael Cañas for Costa Rica on the front row will have Mason Kwong from Hong Kong alongside. Benjamin Poulsen from Sweden and Albert Poulsen from Denmark go from row 2. They'll have Cristobal Ricci of Peru and Amelie Hewers, hopefully, who will be there for Germany on row number 3. Dominik Wojcik and Gigi Mibagvici will go from row 4, and they'll have Eduardo Campos and Geronimo Zugliega on row number 5.
Hungary's Sebastian Feher starts on row 6. He's joined by Ayrton Tonner from Malta, who unfortunately had a disqualification in the heat earlier on this morning, hence why he's here in the B final. Otto Hrober and Anais Oriana go from row number 7. Saif Al Abedi starts on row 8 alongside Uzbekistan's Vladislav Kim. Last of the 17 runners in this one is the 101 from Albania. It's Rohan Uzeirai.
Well, the drivers getting themselves sorted out, ready for this, getting temperature up in this one. I am looking forward to this one. These drivers have certainly done all their best this weekend, but this is just a case of really showcasing what they can do for their countries.
It's about finishing the weekend on a high.
Yeah.
That's always the positive I like to put on a B final or a consolation race, especially when there's no repechaging positions through to the medal race for this one. And for all of these drivers, you know, this is a chance for them to take a race victory on an international level in these FIA Motorsport games. It'll be 9 laps, the same as a standard qualifying heat for these minis. Heading through the last sector now, getting ready for this one. As a reminder, it is going to be a tight run into the apex of turn number 1. We've seen some dramas through that part of the circuit earlier on in the qualifying heats this morning. What are we going to see in this one? It's Costa Rica's Rafael Cañas on pole position. For Hong Kong, Mason Kwong alongside on the front row.
Ooh.
Heading into the tram lines now. We have seen some issues so far this week with getting these races started. Are we going to go for green? Yes, we are. Away we go for 9 laps in the B final for the sprint minis. Good start for Cañas into turn 1. That's a much better run, really good run from these minis through the first couple of corners, and a breakaway of 3 has already formed.
Yep, it certainly has indeed. Now, the start of that race was a little bit interesting as Sweden dives down the inside. Benjamin Poulsen takes the lead of this final B and pushes his way to the front now on this opening lap. Now, you saw at the start of that one, you saw the driver from Hong Kong, Mason Kwong, just trying to get back into position. Something had happened on that formation lap where he was not at the front. He tried to get back in front, and I think he may have overtaken past that red line. That won't be looking good in the eyes of the stewards. They will, not be happy of that one. So hopefully, if he did do those overtakes before the red line, he's okay. If it was after, he may be in a spot to bother, but we'll talk about that later on. Through the chicane they go then. It's a clean start for the front runners. Sweden leads the way ahead of Peru. It is Poulsen from Ricci, Cañas from Poulsen, Ferrer from Hewers, Wojcik from Al Abadi. Then it is Zugliega running out the top 9. Kwong there in P10 at the moment.
And Huang now under investigation, so you're absolutely spot on there, Anthony, that there may be something for the race officials to look at regarding the start for Mason Kwong. We'll bring you up to date with any further news as and when we receive it. Duo at the front, Poulsen and Ricci. Ricci looking down the inside through turn 9 and into turn 10. That's a sweet move from the Peruvian. And it's a new leader here on the second lap of this final B. Cañas and Poulsen trying to close in for Costa Rica and Denmark. Crucial now for Ricci that a bit of pace over this next lap to assert him, that position at the front of the order. Basically show to the others behind that the 130 warrants being right at the front, but has run off through the final chicane, falls to 4th just like that, and once again it's Sweden who comes to the fore. Benjamin Poulsen leads once more.
And it just shows how easy it is to drop a wheel off the track here. It's so fast, and more drama out on circuit. 2 drivers tumbling to the back. Mason Huang is one of them being unceremoniously dragged away. The others are Ianias Orellana from Chile. So Hong Kong and Chile, unfortunately, out of the race here in this final, so even that investigation won't mean anything, unfortunately, for the driver who did start on the front row of this grid.
Yeah, real shame there for both Mason Kwong and Anes Oriana. That's their finals, their FIA Motorsport Games for this edition. This third edition of the Games ends on lap number 3. Meanwhile, race leaders Benjamin Poulsen for Sweden. It's a Poulsen 1-2. Sweden and Denmark leading the way as we come to the end of this third lap. Who else is on the move? You can see for Hungary, Sebastian Verheer is moving up the order. 6 positions gained in the 118. Here they are going into the first couple of corners. Poland just behind, piloted by Dominik Wojcik. Dominik Wojcik, a good level of experience for Wojcik at an international level in mini racing. And good to see that Poland are making some more progress here. Battle for second. Kanyas back through, past Poulsen there for Denmark. So Costa Rica back up to second place. But here come Denmark again, and also Ritchie back up the inside to take another position. So Peru back up to third. It's a properly good race, this, in Final B. Latest bit of news from race control. Another driver under investigation. That was the 133 of Saif Al Obeidi. Made a good start for Qatar. Was up 5 places into the top 10, but that's not the opportune news for the driver in the 133.
No, indeed. An investigation at this point of the race is usually pretty bad news. There then at the front, well, Sweden breaking away quite comfortably, but this is again unusual in this sort of situation, that you're seeing a group of 3 drivers not able to close in on a singular driver in the mini category. Usually that slipstream, the toe, everything like that just helps push them forward. But I think with the fighting, the battling that they've been doing right now has just been keeping them off that rear bumper of Benjamin Poulsen. Ayrton Senna, fastest lap of the race, is looking pretty quick as they can see him on the outside. The driver from Malta now actually just being swamped. And is that 3 overtake into 1 corner there for, Colombia pushing through it. Zugalaga there trying to gain 3 in 1. I think got the 2, but didn't go for the full trifecta.
I like that from Zulaga. I've seen Geronimo Zulaga race several times before, and he's always one up for a battle. That was a really brave move down the inside at the end of that long run, that flat-out run. It's not a straight. It does count as turns 7 and 8, and then the little kink of 9 right at the end before you hit the brakes for turn 10. That's some good driving from Zuluaga for Colombia. 4 places gained up into the top 6. Here's your battle for third place on your screens. It's Peru versus Costa Rica. Ritchie versus your pole sitter, Kanyas. And they're both trying to close back into Albert Poulsen there for Denmark in the 108. And I just wonder, with 3.5 laps to go of this one, is this the point where there was 3 take the decision as to whether keep working together, try and pull Sweden back in the shape of Benjamin Poulsen, or do they just go, do you know what, second place is all it's going to be in this one, let's have a fight for that one?
Yeah, you know, I think that might be the case here. I mean, there's the gap. You can see it's quite a large one already. But now that they've closed in on each other, they're a little bit more line astern. This is where the pace generally tends to pick up. And looking at the sector times on this lap, well, Cristobal Ritchie's purple in sector 2, so he's got a nice little slipstream there behind the 2 punching the hole in the air. The gap is 1.2 seconds now between Poulsen, Benjamin and Albert, Sweden and Denmark, first and second. But, however, down the inside, Peru and Ritchie. Cristobal Ritchie to the inside, gets up into second place and says, let's work together, let's close that gap. They're on 7 of 9. Have they got the time here, Andrew? I think it's slowly running out.
Yeah, not sure that they have got enough time. It's all about the rate at which they can catch, and I'm not sure the rate is high enough with the 2 full laps remaining in this one to catch up to Benjamin Poulsen. But it's still in Benjamin Poulsen's shoes a situation where one little mistake, one slight lapse of concentration towards the end of this race could change everything. We're going to have 2 more laps here in Sprint Mini for Final B. Poulsen is your leader, 1 minute 3.5 last time around. As back come Denmark. Here comes Albert Poulsen down the inside for second place. A good line round the outside there from Cristobal Ritchie. Here comes Costa Rica once again as well, with Cañas back down the inside, switching back and forth. Love this section through turns 3 and 4. Denmark now back down the inside for turn 5. Got to get the run out of turn 6 run, because this is it now, the long, long run, full throttle through 7, through 8 with that wide blue and white curb. Denmark have got the run here. Paulsen back down the inside.
Whoa.
Just about enough space there for both of them to get through turn 9. Peru hold on to the lead. This is all very good news as back down the inside goes Denmark once again. This is a great race for second place. Peru are not out of it yet either. Albert Paulsen has got back through, but this has handed the race more than likely to Sweden and Benjamin Paulsen, because the gap is now 2.3 seconds.
Yeah, there is no chance of catching Sweden now. Benjamin Paulsen has driven away, but Denmark, are they going to get second place here in this B final, or is Peru going to have something to say about it? Down the inside again, side by side for second place, but not close enough this time around. Again, each time it brings Costa Rica back into play. Cañas is right there behind them, but Ritchie and Paulsen still line astern in this fight for P2. Down that back straight once again, you can see now they're trying to break the toe, just come off that natural racing line and take the wider line, but here comes Ritchie down the inside. Peru back into second place.
Big braking zone now, though, for that battle for second place. Here's your race leader, Benjamin Paulsen, started third on the grid. Peru still have second place in the form of Cristobal Ritchie. Round the final couple of corners, just the chicane to go for Benjamin Paulsen of Sweden. Started third and is going to win Final B here to finish his FIA Motorsport Games. A great drive for Sweden. Great battle as well for second place. Finishers with second, third and fourth, all covered by a quarter of a second. And it's Peru with Cristobal Ritchie who take second place. Third to Denmark for Albert Paulsen, and Costa Rica in fourth for Rafael Cañas. Good, entertaining race there, Anthony Jordan, to kick off finals afternoon here in the karting arena.
For second place, certainly, definitely, and Peru just taking that one right at the end. But Sweden can be delighted with their contender in Sprint Mini, the first Sprint Mini of the Motorsport Games. We didn't see them last time out in 2022. We didn't see any karting sprint categories out in 2019. But in 2024, Sweden can leave Valencia, they can leave Spain happy knowing that they could take a win in the B final here. Paulsen from Ritchie, Albert Paulsen third for Denmark, Costa Rica with Cañas, Malta with Tonner, Colombia with Zugalaga there in P6, Hungary with Ferrer, Wojciech for Poland, Magashbashvili for Georgia in 9th place, Hewers from Germany rounding out the top 10. 3 retirements, unfortunately. Hong Kong, Chile, and Slovakia, unfortunately, all retiring. Let's have a look at the highlights because, well, the start of that one, Andrew, a little bit interesting, but already there was a 3-cut breakaway. And watch Sweden here just carry that speed through turns 1 and 2 so nicely.
Yeah, really nice line down the middle of the circuit there from Paulsen, defending a little bit, but not too much. And as you say, we're able to carry that speed through that crucial start of the race. This was the battle with Costa Rica having a little go. Rafael Cañas trying to take the lead back. This down the inside was Peru on Sweden for one of the top positions for the race lead. Peru running wide, though. That was a critical point of the race that allowed Benjamin Paulsen back through, and he didn't really look back from that moment.
Do you think that was a winning race mistake there?
Yes.
You know, if he was there in second place, just if that hadn't happened, do you reckon he could have been there with Sweden?
Yeah, I think once Paulsen was out front and had that gap, you know, you can also see that when a driver makes a mistake like that, the other drivers will respond to say, well, maybe that's someone that I should be going for. I don't want to sit behind someone who's maybe making a few mistakes out there. And that really sparked this battle for second place into life between Denmark, Peru and Costa Rica. Some great moves, real and clean racing as well. Full credit to the young drivers here in the B final. You can sometimes see in a B final, a consolation race, a quite high level of attrition. Not today. This was a race raced properly, and really good to see. This was a nice move as well from Geronimo Zuluaga for Colombia, nearly 3 in 1 through turns 9 and 10. And here was the battle once again. Zuluaga on the attack down the inside of Hungary. That eventually would leave Zuluaga with 6th place in the provisional results.
Yep, certainly would do. And in the dying stages of that race, you can see the battle really intensified between Denmark, Costa Rica and Peru, all going to that final lap. But it would go to Peru in the end, just squeaking the way through. And you can see at that point there saying, let's work together, let's pull forward. But it was just this moment here where we thought, oh, this could end in tears for both of them. These last few dives to the inside. And when you see the drivers sweeping back across, you think, my goodness, from that angle, it looked like they were going to make contact. But from their angle, it was probably millimetres away.
Right, it definitely was. So that's one of the things I like about Turn 1 is that the wide entry does encourage overtaking into that part. That was very close as well, with Albert Poulsen trying to find a way back through past Cristobal Ricci. This was all on the 8th lap of the race. Back down the inside went Poulsen again, leaving each other space, leaving each other racing room. Full credit. That's how it should be done. In any race. You don't always see it, unfortunately, and it wasn't done. This was going on to the final lap, into turn 1 side by side once again between Denmark and Peru, and once again leaving each other room. Denmark making the move, but still Ricci wasn't done. Switch back into turn 10. That was the moment where Peru secured 2nd place.
Yeah, indeed. A well-fought battle for all of the drivers, but Sweden just coming out on top in the B final. You can see how much it meant to the drivers behind as well. Yes, it's a 2nd and it's a 3rd, but it's just a celebration across the line, knowing that that is your best result. Nicole Sutherland, let's head over to you. You've got Sweden down there. It's Benjamin Poulsen.
Benjamin Poulsen, indeed. Benjamin, a nice and calm race out there for you for a B final. You just kind of drove off. Can you tell me a bit about what it was like when you were out there?
A little bit of nervous in the start, and my dad say, go and push all you can now and have fun. So I did it, and I became P1.
And Benjamin, this is a great event. Can you tell me, have you enjoyed yourself this week, and will you be going back to Sweden really proud?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell my friends how it goes, and they think they're gonna be proud of me.
Definitely. There's a lot to be proud of. You know, you've done some really incredible performances. You know, you conducted yourself fantastically. And to be here in Valencia is an achievement in itself. Can you tell me, Benjamin, what's up for you next? Once you leave Valencia and go home, what's the plan? What's your next racing?
Yeah, first race I'm gonna hopefully come P15 or something. We're gonna practice much in OKJ. And something.
So this will be the move from Mini to OKJ, is that the plan?
Yeah, is the plan. And we're gonna practice in Kristianstad. That is gonna be world champion there, I think. And my brother gonna race there, maybe I. So it's my home track too. Yes. I'm very happy about that.
A lot to be happy about. Congratulations for this week, Benjamin. Hopefully we'll see you at some more FIA karting events soon in the future. Anthony and Andrew, that was our B final. I know we're heading into our mini final shortly. I'll see you on the grid, but take over for now.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yes, indeed, it is final time. We're going to find out who is going to win the first sprint medal for karting this weekend and the first ever mini medal for karting sprint. That is coming up. Final 11 laps, 16-kilometer race distance, and it all starts with the United States of America and Estonia on the front row of the grid for this one. Andrew, this is what it's all about. Representing your country. The USA not on the medals table at all. I think they have raced in both years so far. I think they raced initially in GT, then they went to esports in the second one, and now this year they've got it in karting as well. This is going to be an exciting one, and the USA could come away with their first ever medal.
Absolutely. For anyone who's not watched a sprint mini race before, when there's something big on the line, it can often be a strong contender for race of the day, and I'm expecting no less from the 22 drivers who've qualified through to this medal race. The time has just gone past 1 o'clock local time here at the Aspar Circuit in the region of Valencia. A bit of history for the karting events in the FIA Motorsport Games. The United Kingdom joined the list of teams to win their first ever medal in karting yesterday in the endurance. Belgium still stand very much as the leaders historically in karting races with 3 gold medals. Peru, Brazil, Spain, Sri Lanka, Czechia, Denmark and Israel already have either yesterday or in the 2022 games in the Marseille and Paul Ricard area of the world achieved a medal in karting. But you look at your front row, the United States of America, they haven't won a medal before in karting. Estonia, they haven't won a medal in karting. Portugal, big part of the world for karting, hosts of the FIA World Championships in gearbox karting early this year. They've never had a medal in karting. So there's a distinct possibility here that we are going to see a little bit of history. Well, we are definitely going to see a little bit of history in this sprint mini-final because we did not have this discipline 2 years ago in Marseille. Really excited for this one, Anthony. Should be really good.
Oh, exactly that. And like you say, it all starts with the driver on pole position, Joshua Bergman from the United States of America. Pole in timed qualifying at the beginning of the weekend, and it's put himself on that top spot, despite the fact that he's not had a race win this weekend. But Nicole Sutherland, who's down there on the pre-grid. Nicole, tell us, Joshua Bergman, how's he feeling?
Well, he's about to tell us. Joshua, confidence level, on a scale of 1 to 10, what do you reckon it is?
10.
And how happy are you feeling that, you know, you've reached the final, you're representing the USA?
It's really an honor just to be able to even start on pole in the final, represent the USA. It's amazing for me.
And we've seen you get stuck into some amazing battles so far this week. Have you got any predictions at all for what this race might look like?
This race is definitely going to be a tough one. My reckon is last 2 laps is going to be a little bit chaotic, but I think we'll be good.
Good luck to you, Joshua. This is it then. We're about to find out which of our mini drivers will be joining Belgium, Spain and the UK at the podium ceremony in Valencia City Centre later on. Let's find out. Boys, up to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. This should be a spectacular run across the course of this race. Longer race as well for the minis, up to 11 laps for the drivers here at the Aspar Circuit. On the left-hand side of your screen, Joshua Bergman for the United States of America. Bennett Corgis, who won 2 heats yesterday and had a few troubles this morning in a slightly chaotic 3rd heat, but Bennett Corgis has had some very good race pace in the 1-1-2. Jake Kostecki as well, I would keep an eye out for the driver for Australia in the 1-0-3. This is the highest we've seen Kostecki start in one of these mini races. Had a bit of a tough time in timed qualifying, but has raced through from the 5th row of the grid in every single one of his heats. Now on the 2nd row of the grid, very intriguing to see what Kostecki could do. Javier Lazaro is also up there for Portugal. As mentioned, Portugal have never had a medal in karting in the FIA Motorsport Games.
Well, let's see what is going to happen. A few moments away from the start of this one, and the engines do fire up now. The field gets underway. It is time for Sprint Mini. Let's see who is going to claim the first ever gold medal in Sprint Mini. The starting lineup: the United States of America and Estonia go from row number 1 with Joshua Bergman and Bennett Corgis on row number 1. Xavier Lazaro of Portugal, 2 qualifying heat wins out of 3, starts this one on the second row of the grid, and will have Australia's Jay Kostecki alongside. Spain's Novella Morales goes from row number 3. The driver who qualified second at the start of the weekend starts this one on the third row, and will have the Netherlands with Sen Lindemann joining alongside. Nahil El Gahoudi of Morocco and Rivan Pritham of India go from row 4. Pritham taking that final qualifying heat win earlier on. Manuel Zelendi from El Salvador and Min Jae Kim from South Korea, the Republic of Korea, rounding out the top 10 on row number 5. Valentino Manacero from Argentina and Michael Vino Satrio from Indonesia round out the top 12 on row 6.
Outside chances of a medal, but in this medal race, starting on row 7 for Mexico, it's Francisco Rojas. Brazil have had a brilliant game so far. Have already got 2 gold medals on their tally. Their hope for this race is in the shape of Pedro Santa Rosa. Austin Gibson, as mentioned, won a medal here in the karting arena yesterday in the endurance. Austin Gibson for the United Kingdom goes from row number 8, is joined by Turkey's Can Özler. Turkey have also had a very good game so far with a couple of silver medals. Alexandre Point for Luxembourg goes from row 9 alongside the Italian Nathan Lotriante. What a day so far for Italy. They took their 3rd gold medal in TCR earlier on this afternoon. Luca Makura and Faris Haroun start on row number 10. The 22-strong field is completed by the Dominican Republic's Alonso Gonzalez and Lithuania's Joris Stankevičius.
It's a packed-out grid, 22 minis now ready to do battle here around the 1.4-kilometre long circuit. The Aspar Circuit hosting its first international karting event of this scale. And so far, it has been an absolutely superb venue. Drivers loving the circuit, the openness of it, the fast-flowing nature of the circuit. It has proved to be a very demanding place to go racing, and this field of 22 drivers are now primed and ready for what is set to be their longest race of the weekend. 11 laps, 16-kilometre race distance as they head into the tram lines. There might be a little bit of confusion there in the background of if they're on the right side of the grid, but I think they are as the field slowly enters into the tram lines. Wait for the revs to build up. We go green. We're racing for the first time ever in the FIA Motorsport Games in Sprint Mini. It's the final medal race of the weekend, and the United States of America gets the whole shot in towards turn number 1 and maintain the lead. There's marshals running to turns 1 and 2. I think there's been a coming together for some. I think 2 drivers off the track at turn number 1 and 2, but they all get going now as they all cycle their way through. There you can see Spain's Novella Morales has gained several positions and is straight away up into P2.
Very good start for anyone on the inside column. First, third, fifth, seventh and backwards. It's a bit of a slow start for Bennett Corgis. Not a good start for Jay Kostecki for Australia. Lost several places, but remember, we've seen him fight back through fields before. He's had a couple of second places and has often been 1 lap short, so it's not panic time at the moment for Australia in their look for a first medal in karting. Through to complete the first lap of this Sprint Mini final for the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. It's the United States of America in Joshua Bergman's hands, leading this race by just over a quarter of a second. Spain took a silver here yesterday in the endurance. At the moment, they're holding silver medal position once again with Novella Morales. Portugal a third with Javier Lazaro. Corgis for Estonia. El Gahoudi for Morocco. Kalendi for El Salvador. Kostecki for Australia, Lindemann for the Netherlands, and Pritham for India. That is your top 10 that's completed by Manacero for Argentina.
It is still a packed group of drivers there. No one has broken away. You can see there how close and competitive it is at the front. No time differential between any of them. That's the battle for first place on your screen, and there's about 8 of them in that battle. That is absolutely fantastic. But let's see what they can do at the end of this one. All of them running right to the edge of turn 18 there. So risky. We saw in the previous race Brazil's entry going a little bit wide. Not at that corner, but at one of them. Again, you don't want to see that in here. We also saw it from Peru as well. They also run wide at that chicane. So again, it's so easy to just carry too much speed. But all the meanwhile, this grid of drivers is focused and ready. Now, Bergman's communicating there with Navala Morales and just saying, right, let's work together. Let's try and break away here. But unfortunately for them, Portugal's right there. Lazaro's there. Korjas is there from Estonia. And Navala Morales does not want to be in second place, wants to lead the train. And Spain, in their home country, lead the sprint mini-final.
Spain leading the medal table at the moment. Oh, bit of a moment for Bergman. That could be a problem, and he's going to lose many positions. 1, 2, 3, down to 4 positions, because through comes Kostecki. So just like that, that is classic mini karting. Started this lap leading things, did Bergman, and the American is going to find himself down in, I think, around 6th place now. Here comes Lazaro. Portugal down the inside for the race lead. Take the lead. Brilliant stuff from Lazaro, who started the race weekend very well in the heats yesterday. Korjas is on the scene as well in the blue and green helmet. Down the inside, that's El Gahudi on the scene all of a sudden. Here we go. We've got 8 laps of this left, ladies and gentlemen. Lazaro's trying to make a break for it at the front of the field. The chasing group have got to get themselves organised, as here comes Kostecki down the inside on 1, 2, brilliant driving from the Australian. We said to keep an eye out for him in terms of this medal race, and he's showing it again. Investigation flag for the 1-2-1. That's Italy's Nathan Latriante, as Serbia are out of the race. That is Luca Mercura, who unfortunately will not be in the medals here today.
That is a huge shame. Has been so competitive over this weekend, and unfortunately out of the medal final here in the Aspar Circuit. The race continues, though. The front calming down a little bit, but for P5, 6 and 7, the battle is most definitely on. El Gahudi now leading that train. Lindemann there, Kalendi from El Salvador. Bergman from the USA is there. The pole sitter is down to 8th place now and is struggling to get back with that lead. 4 drivers who are just slowly jumping away, and you can see there the frustration's kicking in now. He's hitting the helmet. He's saying, come on, guys, you've got to think. We're losing touch of the leaders.
It's still very much all to play for. We're not even into the second half of this race yet. Portugal, with Lazaro doing a great job at the front of the field. Portugal, at the moment, I don't think are on the medal table in any way, shape or form. So what a story this would be if Portugal could get their first medal, and for it to be of the colour of gold. But there's still 6 more laps of this one to go. That's 5 down of the 11 scheduled. Lazaro's lead is just over 0.2 of a second. Morales for Spain in 3rd. Morales in 2nd. Kostecki in 3rd. Kostecki has just set the fastest lap of the race for Australia. He won in a race last week in Italy in very testing conditions. Can he do so again? A 62.417 this time around. He's going to get a good run out of turn 6 through 7 and 8. But I think right now, Anthony, I would just be cautious. I would just hold position. This is, in some ways, we often say it about 2 drivers in a mini race working together to break away. Because of the uniqueness in terms of our racing in karting, I think you might see a 3 here. Because if you can get a group of 3 working together, you know you're going to get a medal of some colour. You'll just work out which colour it's going to be later on in the race. And they know how much of a threat Bennett Korjas for Estonia is there in the 1-1-2. So I think even though Kostecki looks like he's got the best pace right now, unless there's an attack from Bennett, I can see him just working for the next couple of laps, push Portugal and Spain up the road a bit, give a bit of a buffer, make sure there's at least a medal of some colour coming their way.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, again, now we're starting to see Lazaro and Morales start to work together here. It looked like they were dropping Kostecki just that little bit there. Now, he needs to be careful. He might have to think about maybe falling back to Korjas just behind, them working as a 2 to try and keep up with this, because, again, you can just see how that now there's a kart's gap between the 2 of them. It means he's not getting the full slipstream. He's not getting the full tow as Austin Gibson from the United Kingdom becomes the latest driver to become under investigation in this race. You can see the group behind as well. They're now working well as a 3. That's quite interesting. Lindemann at the front of that for the Netherlands. El Gahoudi there. Bergman back on track, I think, with this trio. This could be interesting. We're going on to lap 8 now. The race is nearing an end. When it is a qualifying heat, you don't really tend to see anything until the very final lap. But this is the final, and it's a final of a one-off international event. We expect battles to be starting with 2 or 3 laps to go.
Yeah, Joshua Bergman getting a little bit eager on the brake pedal there. It's just lost a bit of rhythm, it would seem, the American in the 139, which is a shame. It's also interesting to wonder what is Lazaro going to play tactically over the next few laps, because right now Portugal are in that gold medal position. It's a very subtle defence at the moment from Portugal. This is really good driving from Xavier Lazaro, because the bad thing to do right now in terms of getting some kind of medal would be over-defending. Corgis at the moment is out of this. Corgis is hoping that these top 3 start fighting as soon as possible. That's going to be the best most likely option for Estonia being really back into play with a medal. 5th place battle is raging on as well. Bergman's got the rhythm back down the inside of Lindemann, past the Netherlands there for 5th place. 3 laps to go in the first ever final. Here we go. Here's the fight. Through goes Morales. Takes gold medal position. Portugal down into silver. Corgis is catching as well. This is good news for Estonia. Estonia have won races already this week in similar circumstances. Back down the inside goes Lazaro for Portugal, retakes the lead.
Brilliant stuff from this one. We did say it was going to come sooner rather than later. This should give the green light as Kostecki gets down the inside. He gets up into 2nd place. He's looking for a silver medal, but can he get the gold? Can he get the gold for Australia this season? No Australian has won a gold this year. They have won golds in previous years. They've won them. They've got 2 of them on their tally already in the games, but not this year. Can he do it for Australia over the start-finish line? This gives the green light to the drivers behind as well to really focus. Can we close in? Can we get up to this battle here now as they go to work? Lazaro, though, still in the lead. It's still Portugal leading the way here, looking comfortable with Xavier Lazaro, who is still trying to fight away. Checks over the shoulder, can see that they're there, but watch the slipstream, watch the toe, watch out for Kostecki. Is he gonna go for the move? Yes, he is. Australia dives to the inside, but he runs wide and through. Back goes Portugal. They reclaim the gold medal position, and now Spain gets back into 2nd place.
And this is where Xavier Lazaro has been so cool, calm and collected across the course of the last couple of days. This is a huge lead for Portugal now. Are they 1 lap away from a gold medal here at the Aspar Circuit? 1 more lap to go. Lazaro's lead is comfortable by mini terms, 0.6 of a second. It's a ding-dong for 2nd place as Kostecki does a switchback into turn 1, takes 2nd place. Kostecki now in silver medal position. Morales for Spain trying to hold on from Bennett. Corgis there. Oh, Morales goes back down the inside. Bennett's going to step through. Exactly what we saw from Estonia yesterday in the qualifying heats. Corgis is back up to 2nd place. It's another thrilling finish. Look at the battle for the bronze medal as well. Spain have got it at the moment. Australia is still there. Morocco is still there. The Netherlands, everybody's in play. But for Portugal, this is going to be a historic moment for Xavier Lazaro, who's going to come through the last couple of corners. It was always going to be a tight race. It was always going to be dramatic. Portugal, through the last chicane, win the gold medal. The first ever gold medal in Sprint Mini. Estonia take their first medal of these games and their first ever silver medal in 2nd place. Spain add to their tally. Their wondrous games continue. It's a bronze for Novola Morales.
Absolutely superb. Portugal claim their first, and he knows it. Xavier Lazaro, what a weekend you have had. 5th in time qualifying, 2 qualifying heat wins, a P4 put him back on the second row of the grid, but he came through in the final. And Xavier Lazaro for Portugal claims the first ever gold, the first ever medal for the country of Portugal. Estonia with Bennett. Navarro Morales for Spain claims silver and bronze. Nahil El Gahoudi in P4, a valiant, valiant effort, but P4, it was just enough from the rest of the field. Lindemann finishing in P5 from Kostecki. Bergman finishing in 7th place. Breatham in 8th. Point from Manazaro in the top 10. Portugal, Estonia, Spain. 1, 2, 3. Gold, silver, bronze, and there it is for Portugal and Xavier Lazaro. He has done it. Portugal on top. Spain are celebrating in the background. They come away with a podium. They go to the Ricardo Tromo track, to the podiums later on today, can celebrate in their home country knowing they claim a bronze medal. But the gold is what it's all about, and Portugal have got it with that young man there.
It's a quartet of firsts for Portugal. Of course, it's the first Sprint Mini gold that they've had. It's their first ever medal of any colour in karting. It's the first medal of these games. It's a first ever gold as well. They've never had a gold, have Portugal, and what a way to do it. One of their youngest competitors at these games has brought home the shiniest medal of them all. Here's a look at some of the highlights of that pulsating Sprint Mini final. Good start for those at the front of the field. Joshua Bergman was your early race leader for the United States of America, whose wait for a medal goes on. Spain into 2nd place in the early stages, and Bennett Corger straight away on the attack. Anthony up to 3rd.
Yeah, indeed. A very interesting and relatively calm opening start, but then it all started to kick off here. Bergman down to 2nd, then had to fight it back, went wheel to wheel with Spain. There, that little bit of contact, that is what cost him that gold. That's what cost him his pole position, and it's just heartbreaking.
It is, but it's classic Mini racing in a way that it's the smallest of margins that can decide things for an individual's race. This was Portugal back down the inside at the start of lap number 4, and to take the lead. Morocco were in there as well. I think we can also bring Nicole in. Nicole, what can you see down there in Parc Ferme?
Well, I've just seen Xavier Lazaro come in and hug his mechanic with so much passion. Xavier, how excited are you? You've done it for yourself, you've done it for your country.
A lot. I'm so happy. I need to say thank you to my dad, my mechanics, my dad, my mom, my dad, the FPAC, and was so excited.
And when you were out there leading by yourself, looking around you to see what your competitors were doing, did you kind of know before the race had even finished that you had won it?
When we come here, I always was saying, we're going to get the gold, we're going to get the gold. And now we get the gold.
You absolutely have, and you've not only won the gold, you've won the first ever gold in the mini category in the FIA Motorsport Games. Such an achievement. Xavier, how are you going to celebrate later on tonight?
I'm going to celebrate. I'm going to get the medal, celebrate with my dad, and then I will go home because tomorrow I need to go to the school. And maybe I will bring the medal to the school and they say, I win!
I definitely think you should. Congratulations. What a result. What a race from our minis. What a championship win for our Portugal driver. We'll head over to the grid shortly, but boys, let's talk about that one and about the next race.
Indeed. Congratulations there to Xavier Lazaro. I would say if I was going to celebrate after winning the first ever medal for the country, ice cream. Lots and lots of ice cream. That's what I would do. Would you agree, Andrew?
Absolutely. I think we could do with some ice cream in the box after that final. We should also give a moment to Bennett Corger, a first ever silver for Estonia in the history of the games, and a first ever karting medal in circuit karting and sprint racing for Estonia. What a big part of this this race they have been this week. Spain add to their tally as well from the latest updates that we've hit here at the Aspar Circuit. That is their 8th medal, their 2nd bronze of these games, the 2nd bronze today. What a final.
Yep, indeed. Juniors, though, they are coming up next. Sprint Junior final time is upon us. We've witnessed in karting Sprint Mini, Portugal taking the win. In this one here, the front row is dominated by Eskinder Sulfakari from Turkey and Bosco Arias of Spain. But the Sprint Junior final, 18 laps, 26-kilometer race distance, the longest race these juniors will have done this weekend, is upon them. The tension now, Andrew, is starting to build. But let's take a closer look at the category itself. Sprint Junior drivers aged 12 to 14 years of age, 36 entries into the weekend, meaning 36 different nationalities into the weekend from all over the world, all claiming the chance of winning that gold, silver and bronze. The power unit, 125cc, outputting around 35 brake horsepower. Minimum weight, 140 kilos, being powered by that OKN-J engine, exactly the same as the senior engine, just restricted for the drivers in the junior category. Tyres that they've been using this weekend as well have been mainly the Mojo D2 tyres. They've not needed to use the Mojo W5. It's all holding off for the time being. We had reports all the way throughout it that there could be drama in the skies, but so far everything is looking good right now ahead of this junior final.
Power of positivity, Anthony.
Power of positivity.
I can see blue sky.
Now
Very
you've said
tiny
it.
bit of blue sky, but I can see it. Junior final.
Yes.
The form book would indicate that this is Zulfikari and Turkey versus Arias and Spain. But, mate, we've been doing these commentaries in this sport long enough to know when you get to a final, as good as that form book is in terms of setting the grid for a final, that's all really it's worth for right now, and things can happen, particularly when there's these medals on the line. No championship points, no nothing like that. There's no taking and I'll take a 4th place today to take some championship points. They've all got to go for it, and they all want that gold. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland, who I believe is on the grid.
I am on the grid, Andrew, and I'm on the grid with Arjen Kraling, who's representing Germany this week. Arjen, you're no stranger to the Kart Republic chassis. You're a Kart Republic factory driver. What's it been like on this circuit here in Valencia?
Yeah, the track is a bit slippery. It doesn't have a lot of grip, and the heats were not the perfect ones. We expected more, but all right to stand P6 in the final. So we're looking forward to the now.
And of course, as being a part of the Kart Republic factory team, you do a lot of FIA racing, the European Championship and similar. What have you taken from your year of FIA competitions that you've used this week?
The organization is almost the same. Like the races, just less drivers on the grid. And Kart Republic in the factory team is a bit different to drive than alone. Can't change anything on the chassis, so it's quite good.
And this is going to be the longest final that you've done, well, the first final you've done all week, but the longest race you've done all week. What are you saying to yourself as you're driving around?
The race is long. Everything can happen during 18 laps. So we just focus and try to manage the tires, because the tires we had for 3 heats now, so it's going to be hard.
Great to hear from you, Arjen. Best of luck for the final.
Thank you.
We're going to head in front of Arjen then to the number 54, who is, of course, Brazil. How are you feeling ahead of this race?
Feeling really good, and with a big pressure with me because I'm representing Brazil, and yeah, I'll go to the point.
And Theo, we've not caught up this week yet. Can you tell me a little bit about your racing experience? What's your career been like up until this point?
My week has been really good. I never have run on this track.
I made a look good hits, qualify. And yeah, we are studying P4 in the final, and it's really good results.
Definitely, that's a result in itself, just to be starting on the second row. So would you say actually you're going to go home and be proud regardless of the result in this final?
Let's see.
Great to hear from our Brazilian driver, Theo. The number 60, of course, starts in front of him, none other than Bosco Arias. Bosco, we've seen Spain now have grabbed 2 medals, both of which have been not a gold. They've been a silver and a bronze. Are you quite confident that you could be the driver to get the gold here in Spain?
Yes, for sure. I will be fast, and I will be fast, and we go to the medal of gold.
And on such a challenging circuit and in such a long race, what do you say to yourself to keep pushing forward and keep consistent?
I'm not so nervous, so that is good. And I'm super concentrated, and I will be fast.
Best of luck to you then, Bosco. We'll head over to the other driver on the front row, none other than Iskender Sulfkari. He said earlier on in the driver interview, you know, there's been a few different things that have gone on out there on track. At one point was under investigation. Don't think that came to anything in the end, but it would be good to see how Iskender is feeling after your race earlier and going into this race. Iskender, what are you thinking? What are your thoughts?
I'm wishing that it doesn't rain in the middle of the race, or else I'm just confident that I'm going to win it.
And the drivers around you, behind, you've got Mats van Rooyen, you've got Bosco to your left. Are you quite confident that you've got the upper hand and that you're better than them on today?
I wouldn't say that I'm better than them, but I can control the race.
We'll see if you can do that then, Iskender. Very best of luck to you. That's all we're going to hear from these juniors ahead of their final here at the Aspar Circuit. Andrew and Anthony, over to you.
Thank you very much. Nicole Sutherland down there on the grid ahead of this third final, but the second medals final coming up in a few moments' time. Sprint Junior, great to hear from some of the drivers there. And again, I can't put this on one driver. Statistically, looking at the results, you would think Iskender Sulfkari on the front row, 2 wins out of 3. 5th in time qualifying, though. Pole sitter Chiara Batik starting this one on the 6th row of the grid. So despite having a fantastic qualifying, those qualifying heats didn't fully go her way.
I think indeed we have seen some good race pace from Batik so far this weekend, though a little bit unlucky with a moment towards the end of the first race that's set her back a bit. I think the first 4 laps of this race are really important, Anthony. If we see a breakaway of 3-4 drivers, I think that's gonna narrow it down on who can win these medals. But the longer it stays as a big bunch, we're talking 6, 7, 8 drivers, the more chaotic it's going to get, the more frantic it's going to get, and that's going to bring more drivers into play. You know, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that over 18 laps, you could have someone from the middle of the grid potentially come through and medal here. These are all very strong drivers. These are all drivers that we've seen in international karting at the junior level, either this year or the last couple of years, because of course this is a stepper level. Many of these drivers will be looking to go up to the senior category either next year or the year after that. So from that aspect, this is a very, very hard race to firmly predict what's going to happen here. Bit of history. 2 years ago, Peru won the gold medal with Andreas Cardenas. That time around in Marseille. Cardenas is now racing in the Formula 4 category here in Valencia. Brazil took a silver 2 years ago in the shape of Gabriel Kerneken, and they've got a decent shot here with Theo Salomao starting on the 2nd row of the grid to at least match that, maybe go one better and try and take their 3rd gold medal of these games. Denmark took the bronze with Mikkelgaard Pedersen 2 years ago. So those are the ones who are looking for a repeat of achievements. Denmark's representative in this one is Zacharias Ringström. Starts on the 10th row of the grid.
Certainly does. Engines have fired up. Drivers heading on to start their formation laps. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for Sprint Junior. It is time for their final medals race. Iskander Solfakari of Turkey and Bosco Arias of Spain on row number 1. Mats van Rooyen of the Netherlands and Theo Solomao of Brazil on row number 2. Jagrat Detroja of India and Ian Kraling of Germany go from row 2. They'll have George Edgar for the United Kingdom and Martin Menezes on row number 4 for Portugal. Klara Kowalczyk of Poland and Rusey Sawada will go from row number 5. That'll be Poland and Japan. Switzerland with Chiara Batig and Estonia of Theodor Tabal on row 6. Nicholas Karianis of Greece and Filippo Benito Ramos for the Dominican Republic on row 7. Bautista Panetta of Argentina, Martina Rumlanova from Czechia on row 8. It's Riley Harrison and Rian Dharmadasa rounding out row 9 for Australia and Sri Lanka.
Second half of the grid, Mariano Axel Nilcom for the Philippines goes from row 10. It's joined by Denmark, Zacharias Ringström, trying to repeat a bronze medal performance at least from 2 years ago for Denmark. Jakub Gasparovic flies the flag for Slovakia once again, as he's done brilliantly this year in the FIA Karting Academy trophy. Starts on row 11 alongside Lithuania's Vanessa Shilkinator. Meita Kobakadze starts on row number 12, is joined by Peru's Mariano Lopez, the defending gold medalists, Team Peru. Jack Moore for South Africa is on row 13, joined by Team USA's Devon Grabko. Alex Sharma of Trinidad and Tobago is on row 14. Costa Rica also on that one with Luis Cedeno. Row 15, Malta's Benji Westwood has had a tough weekend so far, but you never know what can happen in one of these finals. Eric Paulson of Sweden completes the top 30 of this grid. Vicente Garcia is on row 16 for Chile, is joined by Piero Balsasso of Mexico. It's Enea Pizzuto, Ori Goldberg, Michael Lederer and Lucas Pellizzari. Those are the 36 runners of the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games medal final in Sprint Junior.
I think we're going round again. It is a false start for the field. One more lap to get temperature into those tyres and get organised out there, but that is a very tense moment ahead of this one, as Team España looking like they're going to be the eye in the sky ahead of this one. And I'm sure watching Bosco Arias from the sky, and we'll see the Spaniards start this one on the front row of the grid. But this is a really tense moment now for the juniors. It all falls down to this. Weather is a question mark. There's clouds looming all over the place, but it's held off for now. The temperature has remained cold out there. It has only reached 15 degrees. That's better for the engines, but not for the track. The track is cold. The track is slippery. It was wet and horrible this morning. They have put rubber down on it, but it's not been much rubber because they only had 4 races earlier on.
And it's the same thing that we talked about earlier in the weekend, that this is a new circuit. This is not a circuit that's had a full international karting calendar of different races, continually laying rubber down across the course of the summer months here in Valencia. It's almost racing like a track at the start of a racing season in February, in March, and that's caught some of the drivers out here this weekend. We're heading towards the tram lines once again. It will be 18 laps here at the Aspar Circuit to decide the gold, silver and bronze medals for Sprint Junior in these FIA Motorsport Games. We are green, we are racing. Great start for Zulfikari, not a good start at all for Arias. It means that Van Rooyen of the Netherlands is chaos in the second half of the field. Several drivers already off. Good start for Turkey, good start for the Netherlands, who have never had a karting sprint medal in the FIA Motorsport Games. Zulfikari leads, but Mats van Rooyen, who's been continuing to improve across the course of the race meeting, Anthony, is very quick there in second place.
Certainly is, and it's been an absolutely phenomenal start still from the front runners here as they head through into the infield section. Out of the race is Vicente Garcia of Chile. going no further in this medals final. Chile's hopes are gone. But at the front here for Turkey and the Netherlands at the front of 1-2, their hopes are still very much alive as they exit out of the final corner. It's Turkey from the Netherlands, India, United Kingdom, Germany and Spain as the UK sends it down the inside. George Edgar gets up into third place and is pushing forward.
Had a little chat to George Edgar before this race. He was quietly confident. What a start for the younger of the Edgar family, who've got a rich history in kart racing. Can they get a medal here? The United Kingdom have already had one at this circuit. They took the bronze in the karting endurance race less than 24 hours ago. Zulfikari looking to control this race, as he said to Nicole that he would look to do. They look to control the pace and manage it. It's a long race. These are drivers at the very front of the field who've all had long karting seasons. For Zulfikari and Van Rooyen, they've both raced in the FIA Karting OK Junior category across the course of this year in European and World Championships. Here goes Van Rooyen down the inside for the Netherlands. The Netherlands take the lead.
Absolutely superb there through turn one. That brings the UK just that little bit closer. Remember, the UK have never won. Well, they have won.
Never won a sprint one,
they've won sprint. Okay, so yes, they have got some. So they need to be careful here. They have won a medal, but have they won a gold? I don't think they have ever won a gold. No, they have. They've done one 2 years ago. So this could still be a second for them, but let's see what happens here. He's still there in third place, is George Edgar, but he's working hard. India there, though, in P4 as well with Jagrat Titroja. They are pushing forward very nicely here, but they are still there in P4. Keep an eye on Mats van Rooyen, though, in the lead. The Netherlands still controlling this one.
And keep an eye on Arjen Kraling as well for Germany in fifth place. Arjen Kraling is starting to get a bit of momentum up here. Edgar feels the need to defend a little bit. That opens the door for Kraling. There was a slight hesitation there from Titroja. That is all the opportunity that Arjen Kraling needs to step down the inside. This is danger now for Edgar, Zulfikari and Van Rooyen, because Kraling, the Works Kart Republic driver, very, very familiar with this chassis, is now on a roll. There is Bosco Arias as well, trying to fight back down the inside of Jagrat Titroja. Beautiful move by the Spaniard. That is Team Spain back up to fifth place, looking to add to their huge tally of medals as the host nation. We're on lap 4. We're still in the early stages of this one. Mats van Rooyen leads for the Netherlands. Iskender Zulfikari, second place, silver medal at the moment for Turkey. That would be a brilliant result for Turkey. Oh, is Van Rooyen a little bit wide out of the chicane? No, he gathered it back together very nicely. Top three have got to work together for me at this point, Anthony, because they cannot let, if they want to medal of any kind of colour, they cannot afford to let Arjen Kraling get involved in this top three, because he is getting quicker and quicker. I criticised him a little bit yesterday. He was off colour. He wasn't quite where I expected him to be in the heats. But today, on Sunday, he has come alive.
And that's where it matters as well. He's there in P4. He is closing in. Iskender Zulfikari as well. You saw the graphics setting the fastest lap of the race. George Edgar, though, has not dropped off the back, and that means that Mats van Rooyen is not able to break away as well. But like you were saying, Kraling looking much stronger right now. He could be the big key in this one for that second group behind. If he can focus and bring that second group with him, we'll have a huge group of drivers all fighting for the gold, silver and bronze. But Kraling's going to go defensive, though, because Bosco Arias just looks to the inside there into the braking zone of turn number 1. That's opened it up just that little bit more, as now the top three, they're starting to break away a little bit here now. Edgar is on the back foot, but looks so much faster through that second sector. And look how much quicker he's back on the rear bumper there now of Zulfikari, who's trying to hold on to second place here.
George Edgar playing a very smart game here, not trying to get through on Zulfikari, because I think the threat for these drivers at the front right now is if they start fighting, they'll throw themselves back into that pack with Kraling, Arias, Salamau, Titroja. Not just throw themselves into it, they'll disappear out the back of it. They've got to keep organised. I tell you what as well, Team Peru are giving this gold medal defence a really, really good go. Mariano Lopez is up 13 places so far in this race at the end of lap number 6. don't count out Peru. As
Here we
goes
go.
Solvikari down the inside. George Edgar's going to step through as well. Van Rooyen just has to be patient there. Loses the lead. It's all out of Georgia. And Ryan Dharmadasa for Sri Lanka is out as well. That has happened out of turn number 18. We've seen that be a hotspot, Anthony, and it's claimed another 2 drivers.
It certainly has, and that is a huge shame. You could see how upset he was, but there is the change for the lead. The United Kingdom lead in Spain in the junior sprint final. George Edgar has done what the UK have needed to do in the sprint category. He has put it to the front, and now he's controlling this one as the marshals do a brilliant job of cleaning away the carts at turn 18. But Iskander Solfikari is still there. You can see they've opened up the gap. There is a gap now between them and third place, but that train of third will still get the chance of closing in. We're only lap 8 of 18. There is a long way to go. Here's that accident. Oh, that's a huge shame. That is a huge shame. I don't think that's fully on Rian Dharmadasa there. I think he may have been assisted into the back of the driver from Georgia, Kobayadze, unfortunately, but that is a huge shame for both of them, out of this final.
Yeah, for Kobayadze, nothing he could have done about that, and that was simply too many carts into one piece of real estate here at the Aspar Circuit. These are big, big laps from George Edgar here. He's starting to drop Iskander Solfikari, and you just wonder across the course of a competition like this, we haven't seen this pace at all from George Edgar so far this week. Has he just been saving something in reserve through time qualifying, through the heats, to put himself in the best possible position? He races through a very, very competitive national championship. He is not a driver who's been racing at the FIA European and World level in OK Junior this year, and like the drivers immediately behind him, but you wouldn't know it right now. Team UK lead, but here comes another kick. Once again from Van Rooyen, sticks it down the inside. Lovely move there. Netherlands back into silver medal position.
Now they need to be careful. Now they need to really be careful, because if they start fighting for second place, they will lose touch of Edgar. He will just break away. They don't want that. They want to keep him in the fight. But again, when you see those 2 different racing lights there, that's the mistake, and that could cost them. But here, Mats Van Rooyen, now it's split them up. Now it's 1-1-1. It's all a long train now, as we keep an eye on Mariano Lopez, who is still doing a brilliant job of closing through the field, is still there in 11th place, up 13 places for Peru. But eyes on this fight now. It's all a case of let it simmer down. Let's see who's going to close in those little gaps, as investigation flag going out to Rian Dharmadasa, who we just see, of course, with that incident with Georgia at turn 18. Big send down the inside. Through goes Bosco Arias of Spain and claims another position, getting past Troja from India.
So at this stage of the race, Anthony, what would you say? I'm feeling that there's almost a little bit of, well, not a stalemate, but, you know, everyone's knowing what their pace is relative to each other now. They're just ticking off the laps and going, okay, no one's going to pull away in this one. They're going to get reeled back in. The slipstream is powerful around this circuit. Keep yourself in play. Brazil aren't going to do that. Salamau steps down the inside of Kraling. Gets up to 4th place, but particularly for the top 3, I think they just wanted to keep them as strong as possible. As Kraling responds back down the inside, that's going to hold both Brazil and Germany up, but Brazil are now off on the road. Oh, well driven by Salamau to get back on circuit, but it's lost out. Klara Kowalczyk is through into 7th place, but I think for the top 3, they've just got to keep the powder dry right now for the next few laps. Leave it for a big, big push right at the end of this race. That's an interesting notification as well, Anthony. Investigation flag for Team Spain and Bosco Arias.
Yeah, indeed. Now, of course, if you were a watcher of the karting endurance race yesterday at the dying stages of their race, Spain ended up under investigation, and we all saw how that went well. But in this one, let's see what happens. This is closed in. Now, Edgar, Van Rooyen and Zulfikari, they're at a stalemate, yes, but those gaps are much, much smaller than what they were a few laps ago. this is not over yet. It is going to be a fight to the line, but we're on lap 12 of 18 right now, and I think Mats van Rooyen is just looking that little bit faster. And there, Edgar, he took a tighter line there into 9 and 10. He is just trying to put that cut right in the middle of the track.
United Kingdom have had a very successful year in direct drive and OK-based FIA categories. They took the European Championship in seniors in the shape of Joe Turney. They took the World Championship, of course, in the shape of Ethan Jeff Hall. They also took the junior title in the shape of Kenzo Craigie. Can George Edgar add his name to the list of long achievements for British drivers in international karting in 2024? Mats van Rooyen doesn't want that to happen. He wants the first gold for the Netherlands. The Netherlands, such strength in depth in their karting ranks for many a year, but they haven't had a medal before in the FIA Motorsport Games. Zulfikari is still there as well. Do not count out the Turkey driver. Bosco Arias now up to 4th place. I was about to say Bosco Arias needs a big effort, and he has put in a big effort. He's just gone purple through sector number 1. What has he got in sector number 2? It's good pace. Don't count out Arias. He's there. He's in that danger zone for Van Rooyen and Iskender Zulfikari, that if they start fighting, Anthony, 0.9 of a gap, well, that's to the leader. 0.6 is the gap from 3rd to 4th. Arias is going to pounce if these three start fighting.
Oh, he certainly will. And again, I'm just keeping an eye on Zulfikari as well here, because you're seeing the gap now starting to extend a little bit between Edgar and Van Rooyen. This is going to mean he's going to go for the move. He is going to go for the move. That brings Arias straight back into play, and it releases Edgar and the United Kingdom in the front by even more now. But Zulfikari had to do that.
Yeah.
But, oh, he's going to fight it back. This is going to cost them. This is going to cost them the gold if they continue fighting like this. But now it's Van Rooyen back into 2nd place. Zulfikari under pressure from Arias. Spain is back on the scene and back fighting for a bronze medal here in the FIA Motorsport Games in Sprint Junior. Into the final chicane. The race lead now. They cross the line. The gap, 0.6 of a second. That is the gap. What is going to happen? Are they going to close in? The sector times there indicates that, well, they are running a little bit faster behind. That's the interesting thing. Yet the gaps, and because these overtakes, they're just losing out on time on each other. It's not what they want to do. And look at that. Krayling, De Troja, Samalat, they're all there. They're all right back in this.
They are indeed. The battle for the silver. Oh, that's a very close moment, Vinpit, and through goes Zulfikari. Zulfikari on Van Rooyen. I'll be interested in another little look at that one. Arias wasn't able to take advantage. Zulfikari back up to 2nd place, back into the silver medal position. 3 laps to go. I know he can't hear me, but George Edgar, do not tighten up now. Your lead is 1 second with 3 laps to go. Here goes Arias. Arias down the inside, takes bronze medal position away from the Netherlands and Mats van Rooyen. What a race we're having here in Sprint Junior, and Krayling's on the scene again. In comes Salamau for Brazil. It's round 2 between the German and the Brazilian side by side out of turn 6 through 7 and 8. De Troja's still there as well. This is turning into one of the races of the year. Krayling steps down the inside. Van Rooyen's fading. Van Rooyen's fading. The hopes for the Netherlands of a first medal in kart sprint events at the FIA Motorsport Games that was in their hands. They were in silver medal position for so long. 2 more laps to go, Anthony Jordan. It's looking tough that for Van Rooyen to see if he can get back up in this top 3.
It certainly is. It's such a shame to see it. He was so quick at the start of this one. But again, it's just that disheartening thing. And Krayling again is going to go defensive, is going to keep Salamau from Brazil at bay, and of course that will keep everyone else slowing down. Van Rooyen, who's there, of course, De Troja, Kowalczyk, who's able to close back in. Mariano Lopez, we didn't speak much about him, of course. He's up now 15 positions. He's inside the top 10 for Peru. What a drive. He has got the Peruvian gold medal gesture from last time out in 2022 under him. But there, down the inside, Salamau from Brazil gets up into P4, gets past Kraling, as out is Australia. And Riley Harrison, I think, has had a moment with Portugal's Martin Menendez. Unfortunately, I think they've come together out on track, and both of them are tumbling down the order. But back on this one, the fight's not over. Zulfikari and Bosco Arias, a line astern here. Change for second place. Not quite yet on this final lap.
Oh, really good on the brakes there was Zulfikari for holding on to this silver medal position. George Edgar, 7th on the grid. He's built through the course of the weekend so far. He checks over his shoulder coming out of turn number 6. The gap is still holding at just under a second. Arias is desperate to repeat the silver medal that Spain got in the endurance yesterday. Turkey trying to take their first medal here at the Aspar Circuit of the weekend. Are they closing in on George Edgar? George Edgar finding the pace, finding the grip. 3-4 corners to go. What a win this is going to be for George Edgar, continuing the success of United Kingdom drivers in 2024 in karting. George Edgar wins gold. Gold for the United Kingdom. What a drive. He wins by a second. Iskender Zulfikari takes silver for Turkey, and Bosco Arias repeats the performance he put in Valencia to kick off his European Championship campaign. This time, though, for his nation, for the host nation, it's a bronze medal.
Absolutely superb for the top 3. George Edgar comes away with UK's first gold of these games, the second in the history of the games. George Edgar does it for Team UK. Iskender Zulfikari of Turkey claims silver. Bosco Arias in his home country claims a bronze medal, but remember, is under investigation. Don't forget. Ian Kraling of Germany puts it P4 after gaining 2 places. Mats van Rooyen of the Netherlands, De Troja from India, Kowalczyk from Poland, Salamau from Brazil, Lopez from Peru, Karianis from Greece rounds out the top 10 as the field make their way back into Parc Ferme. Multiple retirements. Lastly, it was Riley Cranham from Australia was the latest and last retirement. But for the United Kingdom, they can be delighted. Here are some of the highlights. And I mean, for George Edgar, he started this one on the 4th row of the grid, P7, and that start was super crucial.
The inside column getting that great start was a big helping hand to several in that race, and George Edgar was one of those. He had to really wrestle to keep himself in 4th place in those early stages. We lost several drivers in those early stages. Vincent Garcia, Jack Moore, Jakub Gasparovic, Chiara Batig also didn't get through the first lap. Unfortunately, that's not the end to her FIA Motorsport games that she would have wanted after a great pole position earlier on in the week. Good start as well for Mats van Rooyen. You've got to feel for the Netherlands. I really thought they were going to get a medal there, Anthony. The pace for Van Rooyen in the first 3 quarters of that race was very strong. But we talked about it, didn't we? The tyres. It's not a combination of chassis and tyre and circuit that the drivers know very well. And I just wondered, did the pace earlier in the week for Van Rooyen start to cost him? This was the moment we lost Dharma Dasa and Kobakidze. Out went Georgia and Sri Lanka at turn 18. Georgia, understandably, Kobakidze very, very frustrated with that one, but I don't think there's much either of them could have done. Van Rooyen continued to lead onto lap 7. Zulfikari stepped down the inside. That was a huge move from George Edgar to go and step through the door Zulfikari had opened for him and then immediately go on the attack for gold.
Yeah, exactly. If he had just stuck behind, that wouldn't have worked out for him. He would have had to do a lot more in those dying stages. The fact that he was able to get in front and hold on to that one was just a testament to just the racecraft that this young driver is delivering. Of course, he's the younger brother of many other Edgars that are out there. Johnny, Jessica racing as well in the world of Formula Racing. He's the next in line to step up, and he gains a major international title in the FIA Motorsport Games. That moment there for Brazil, unfortunately, just getting squeezed down. Salamau getting squeezed back in the order, unfortunately, finishing that one P8 at the end of it. The dying stages, though, it was all about second place. And it was this moment here where we were thinking that maybe for Mats van Ruin, he could hold on to it. But it just happened. That moment there, out wide, the mistake, through goes Turkey. Spain was next, and then it just was a cascading moment all the way out there. Well, we will watch the rest of these highlights, but Nicole, let's head down to you. Have you got George Edgar? How's he feeling? It must be elated.
I have got George. George, happy. I'm guessing by the look on your face, you look absolutely just over the moon.
Yeah, it's really good, obviously. Been struggling for pace all weekend, but for some reason it managed to come out in the final. It's the right time to bring it out, and it did, so.
Absolutely, and I think over this week we've seen you climb further and further up after a challenging quali. Can you tell me about what it was like to deal with it, and how did you do it?
Yeah, unfortunately we got a bit of traffic at the end of qualifying through the final corners, so we didn't manage to get where we wanted to be, so it was some messy heats with some crashes because just trying to get through the field, and so we started P7 for the final, but just managed to come through and win, so.
Absolutely, what an achievement. You know, this year we've seen UK drivers have so much success in FIA events. You're now one of them. How are you going to celebrate, George?
I'm not really sure.
Not sure. Are you going to go to the podium ceremony and get your gold medal?
Yeah.
Congratulations to the Team UK driver. Shortly up next will be the seniors. Let's head back up into the box and then we'll see you on the grid.
Thank you very much, Nicole, down there in Parc Fermé. Sprint Senior, the last race of the season is upon us. And, well, we're looking forward to this one. 22 laps, 32-kilometre race distance. And it all starts with the home country's favourite, Ruben Moya, who so far this weekend, Andrew, has been undefeated.
He's been undefeated. He took timed qualifying pole position earlier on Friday. He then took all 3 heats, 2 of them yesterday and 1 earlier on this morning. He's been cool, calm, collected, poised, ready to try and add to Spain's gold rush here at these FIA Motorsport Games on home soil at the last count, at least in this box. We appreciate there's many other events going on around Valencia right now. Spain have already got at least 4 gold medals, possibly more in the last hour or so since we went on the air. This is a really, really good shot for them. Ruben Moya has so far looked a class of the field, but it's a good quality field. There's a lot of experience on this grid. And what we say with the juniors as well, top 2 didn't win, so you can see drivers come through from further down on this track.
Certainly could. Let's take a closer look at the class that is racing this weekend. Sprint Senior drivers aged 15 years plus. 36 entries into the weekend, meaning 36 nationalities. I think it is down to 35 now for this final, but still a fantastic showing from drivers from all over the world ahead of this one. And a look at some of the equipment that they're using. 125cc OKN engine, also outputting 35 brake horsepower, but is unrestricted, doesn't have the exhaust restrictor. Minimum weight, 155 kilos for the driver. They will have to look after that one across the course of this race. They do not want to come in any gram underneath that. They will be in a spot of bother. Tyres they're using this weekend is exactly the same as the juniors for the slicks. It is the Mojo D2 tyres. They've not needed to use the Mojo W5 tyre at all so far in the racing. They may have had to use it in a morning warm-up or so earlier on in the weekend, but they have had the one set of slicks for qualifying and these finals, of course, so hopefully has someone looked after them more than others in the back of the grid? We just don't know. But there you can see the grid is not out on track yet. They are moments away from heading out to the circuit. This is a big one here, and you can see a huge delegation there of, I think, members of the FIA and the SRO here watching along ahead of this Sprint Senior, the most anticipated final, I think, of this weekend. And it's the home nation starting on pole position with Moya.
Yeah, and there'll be strong favourites for it. The reigning champions not taking part in this race. It was Team Belgium who won this race 2 years ago with Ellie Goldstein. Sri Lanka took the silver medal with Yevan David, and Israel the bronze with Ariel Elkin. And for Spain, it's already been a very successful karting games here for the endurance yesterday. They've already, well, they could potentially pick up a medal in every single event that we've called here at the Aspar Circuit. That would be a very impressive record from Team Spain, but out there trying to prevent that, not maliciously, of course. It's just because all 35 drivers out there are all competitors. They all want to take something home from this weekend. Vaclav Prokatska has been very impressive this week in particular, but for a good few weeks now in international karting. You always like, in a one-off race like this, a bit of form. A couple of dubs on the winning line, and Prokatska second through the heats, very quick through them as well. It has really been the only driver that I've seen, Anthony, who's been able to hold a candle to Ruben Moya. He's not been able to overcome Ruben Moya so far in this race, but starts on the front row, and I think he's going to have a good race here.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, again, like we were saying, we have seen Moya's starts. They have been near perfect, where he's been throwing it round the outside, using that momentum of turn one with how wide it is to really gain that inside edge. But other drivers that I'm wanting to keep an eye on this one that have just been sneaking their way through and just quietly being there. You've got the likes of Markus Šilkunas from Lithuania, who has delivered good results. Guy Albag as well has stepped up now. He starts this one on the fourth row. He was a lot further down after time qualifying earlier on in this weekend. Same as well, I think, for Batı Yıldırım of Turkey. He's also had some really strong results in this one. And as well as Japan's entry as well, Kota Tsuyashi, who has certainly delivered this one. Starts on the second row of the grid. Yes, he's on the outside of it, but he's been there all weekend, so he's got used to starting there for the time being. We're going to head down to Nicole, who is at this moment being flanked by an entire field of seniors. Nicole, over to you.
Here I am then with our army of senior finalists walking up the track behind me to put their karts on the grid. At the corner of my eye, the first driver I can see is none other than Ruben Moya, the driver who's impressed all week, won heats, pole in qualifying. I'm going to go and chat to Ruben to... What I want to kind of speak about first of all is those race starts that he seems to have absolutely perfected before we were here this week. Something that he's obviously, experienced at, but he's putting into play here at the Aspar Circuit. Ruben is just tucking in his shirt to his suit. Ruben, can we grab a quick interview? Yeah. Those race starts, we see you pull away pretty much immediately. What is it that, has mastered that craft for you?
I just need to focus on a good start, because then we are everyone quite close on speed and pace on the race, so the first laps are really important.
And I could hear when you were walking down the track with your kart and mechanic, the spectators on the top of the building were cheering, clapping, Spanish crowd. Does that give you quite a lot of confidence going into this?
Yes, I will try to convert that into more speed, so I will try.
And Ruben, any final words before you head off into this race?
I will try to do my best for the country, the Spanish ASN, and put a lot of effort doing this event and making me race. So I will try to do as much as I can for everyone.
Best of luck to you, Ruben. We'll head over to who else will be starting on the front row. Our driver from Czechia, Vaclav Prokatska. Throughout this week, I've seen a lot of confidence from you, head up high. I know Ruben has been giving everybody a tough time out there on circuit. He's been almost uncatchable, but do you reckon this could be the chance for you to pass him?
Yeah, I hope so. It's not going to be easy, but I have 22 laps for it, so yeah, let's see.
And Czechia, I think they would be fair to say produce some top class talents throughout the country. You've got Zdeněk Babicek has recently won a huge race. The Babakova sisters, also from Czechia. Yourself, what's it like back in Czechia, the racing? Can you tell me a little bit about it?
I don't know, we have some good drivers there, but almost nobody proved we are very fast, and we also have world champion Patrick Hayek, so we have some good drivers, and I hope I will prove them we are good.
And when you're driving around this Aspar circuit, you know, this is going to be a very long race. What do you say to yourself in your head as you're taking on each corner?
I need to concentrate as much as possible in the fast corners. It's hard for the muscles and, you know, it's physically hard. So, yeah, I'm just trying to focus in the corners, yeah.
Well, I'll let you focus, Vaclav. Very best of luck. That's the number 8. There behind me is the number 19 from Japan, Kota. We spoke to Kota yesterday. Kota, are you feeling good?
Yeah, I feel it's good.
And your experience in Spain,
Yeah.
have you enjoyed yourself so far?
Yeah, I'm very enjoyed. Feeling so good. I will do my best.
Very best of luck to you, Kota. Behind Kota, the number 37, the driver from Turkey. We have got... Please, can you introduce yourself to the world? Tell the audience who you are and a bit about your racing career so far.
I'm Batı Yıldırım. I've been racing for 8 years, almost 8 years. Last 3 years I'm racing in top class and I'm here right now.
And Batty, definitely here. You've obviously had a fantastic week. You're racing at the sharp end of the field. Are you expecting anything in particular to happen during this race?
I want to win this race, like as everybody, because everybody wants to win this race because this race is really important and, like, as I said, it's really important and I want to win.
You want to win indeed. Well, I'll see if you can do that, Barty. Let's head back up into the box then with Anthony and Andrew ahead of this final race today here at the FIA Motorsport Games.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there having a good chat with a smattering of real contenders for this final senior sprint, moments away from starting. But there you can see a smattering of people down there all wanting to get a glimpse of, I think, some of the favourites out there in the world of this karting race. Like you say, nations from all over the world in this one, and a smattering of different ones all in this top 10 at the moment. Like you say, you've got Malta, Germany, Israel, Georgia, you've got Turkey, you've got Lithuania, Andorra, Japan, Spain and Czechia, all in that top sector at the moment. But we still have a little bit of time. Nicole Sutherland's been moving around there. Nicole, who have you got now?
To my left, I have the driver from Georgia, Lado. To me, one of the highlights throughout this week has been seeing the confidence coming from some of these drivers, one of which is, of course, Lado. Lado, if I could call you over to have potentially a final chat of this week, unless, you know, you grab the gold, which are you feeling good that you could possibly do?
Yes, we found some issues with the cars, which might boost our performance through the race, so I'm pretty confident now.
So you've discovered issues with chassis or engine or setup. Your mentality then, does that actually make you feel better that you can achieve more than what you've done in the heats?
Yes, for sure, because we're much stronger now with the pace, in my opinion, so we must be great.
And those changes, how were they discovered? Out there on track or back in the driver's tent?
Back in the driver's tent, we were just checking the car and it was like all messed up, so.
And is that something that you work with your mechanic to do, or as a driver were you just able to give him the feedback and he discovered the problem?
Yeah, I just gave him a feedback, it checked and everything what I said was true, so with that gave us a bit of potential, so it must be great.
And before you head off then, Lado, are there any final words you'd like to say ahead of this final?
I love you, Spain.
Lado loves Spain. I've enjoyed myself here in Spain as well. The Aspar Circuit, really impressed by what the racing that has been going on. My first time in Spain, actually. So that's it then. The 1 minute board has gone out. It's time for the senior finalists to go off. We'll see who is going to grab the gold, silver and bronze. Boys in the box, you take over.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Yes, indeed, moments away from the start of this one. We were just going through in the box here. Gold medals and who has, who hasn't in this time being. We're right in saying Andorra and Malta never won a medal.
Never won a medal,
in the FIA Motorsport Games. Czechia, Lithuania and Turkey, they've not won a gold medal in the games so far at all. So they are in line of all possibly being the first to do it. But like you say, a lot of aspects out there for the drivers at play here. Moments away from starting this one. The longest race of the weekend about to get underway. 22 laps, 31.8 kilometer race distance ahead of our field of sprint senior drivers. Engines fire up. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. It is Ruben Moya of Spain and Vlakav Prokaska for Czechia on row number 1. Alex Machado of Andorra and Kota Tsuchihashi from Japan on row 2. Markus Shilkunas of Lithuania and Batı Yıldırım of Turkey on row number 3. Guy Albag of Israel and Lado Kukianidze from Georgia on row number 4. Jakub Mikalev from Malta and Elio Weiss on row number 5 for Germany. Roberto Bass for the Netherlands and Leo Nilsson for Sweden go from row 6. They'll have Taylor Greenfield from Peru and Kuba Rajski of Poland on row 7. Camilo Trapia from Argentina and Luca Magnussen round out row number 8. They'll have Kyo Lee and Jean Caras rounding out row number 9 for the Republic of Korea and Greece.
Lucas Moura for Brazil goes from row number 10. He's joined by Armenia's Daniel Dalakian. Pip Casabin for Australia is on row number 11 alongside Miguel Silva of Portugal, who've already had success here in the karting sprint at the Aspar Circuit in the medal races today. Ghazi Motlakar from Mozambique goes on row 12 alongside Gerger Kochar. That's the Hungarian on row 12. India have had a good time of things here in the karting sprints. Ishan Madesh goes for them on row 13. He's joined by Carlos Fonseca of Costa Rica. Row 14, Eda Herrera from the Dominican Republic is alongside Prix Trevino. That's the driver from the Philippines on row 14. Completing the top 30, it's Team Lebanon and Stephanie Herbaker alongside Mexico's Pato Hoppenstedt. Row 16, David Cosma Christopher is on for potentially an entertaining race from row 16 for Romania. Is joined by Trinidad and Tobago's Benjamin Mahon. Chinese Taipei's driver Chen Yin Kai starts on row number 17, is joined by Botswana's Mohamed Ahmed. It's a 35-strong field completed by Nigeria's Baruch Roybako.
Well, this is a tense time now for the field. Spain could come away with another gold medal in this Games. They have just extended it to 5 gold medals very recently in the F4 category at the Ricardo Tournament. I apologise if I've ruined that for anyone, but they are in line now of claiming their 6th of the Games here at the Aspar Circuit. Into the tram lines, lights are out. We are racing, and it's a brilliant start for the inside road. Czechia have bogged down, and it's gone completely wrong for the team, and there's a huge pile-up at turn number 1 and 2. Multiple drivers involved, but the front of the field has broken away, and Ruben Moya this time has not been able to break away as much as he would like, but he is still in the lead for Spain as they go through. Who's involved here? Japan is involved. Oh, that's a huge shame for Kota Tsuchihashi, who was going to be starting on that second row of the grid. Looks like Nigeria's involved. Mexico is involved as well. And Pip Casabin from Australia also out of the race.
What a shame for all those drivers. They'll get one attempt to get restarted. They've got to use the compression valve and push start. If their start isn't successful in getting the engine going, they will be out of this race. And to be honest, they're already out of contention. Yellow flags, waved yellow flags covering that local area through turns 1 and 2. And yeah, I think most of our drivers haven't been able to get going. So yes, Roy Bacco is out. Hoppenstedt, Mexico out. Herbaker, Lebanon out. Herrera, Dominican Republic, and Casabin, Australia, all joined on the sidelines by one of the favourites for this race. Tsuchihashi, Japan, will not medal.
No, that is a huge shame. But eyes on this one here. Andorra's Alex Machado is there in the race lead. There is some of our drivers, unfortunately, there. Stephanie Herbaker out of this race, and Eddie Herrera for the Dominican Republic also walking away. I think they were in a separate incident a little later round at turn number 3 involved in this one. Right, Moya has run wide there out of the chicane, and now he's under pressure here. He's under pressure from Andorra. Do they go for the lead at turn 1? They try it, but they're not close enough, and that just loses them the speed out of the corner. Shilkunas is there. Guy Albag is there. These are all drivers who were called out earlier on that had moved up the order, and now Shilkunas is there in second place and is in a position to hunt down Ruben Moya.
Good reading of the race there by Marcus Shilkunas. It was always going to be an attack from Alex Machado. That has been the power of Ruben Moya over the rest of this field, that when you've got a chance, when he makes a mistake, you can't sit behind him and wait for another opportunity, because they'll be like buses. They don't come round very often. And so, with the attack from Andorra that didn't quite work, that opened the door for Marcus Shilkunas and Lithuania to step through. Investigation flag for the number 3 of Daniel Dalakian. I think that's for the start. I think I noted here from the camera position that we've got in the comms box that Dalakian cut across turns 1 and 2 at the very start of the race. So I would imagine this early in the race that is probably what that is for, as to whether he's gained an advantage from cutting the circuit. I mean, it's thick grass and a bit boggy down in that part of the circuit, so we'll see whether he did gain a position or not, but there was a lot going on at turn 1 in the early stages. Fastest driver out there is Team Brazil's Lucas Moura in the 55s. This is a good run. This is where Ruben Moya will now start to get into his rhythm, I suspect, Anthony, which we've seen him do so much across the season. Yes, Lithuania and Andorra and Israel are right there, but Moya's used to this kind of pressure.
He is used to this pressure, but the gap was larger than this. They have closed in. And now with Machado, who's thinking he's on the back foot, he already tried that move into turn 1. He's going to try it again. Lithuania are going to cut across the front. The two make contact, and sideways goes Marcus Shilkunas. Through comes Guy Albag. He gets through past Andorra, but that was a bold attempt. He sends it back down the inside. Machado gets it back through. Now Moya can feel a little bit more comfortable with them scrapping for second place. Albag just trying to get back through past Machado. He's not going to find the way through here at turns 9 and 10. And now you've got the likes of Roberto Bas for the Netherlands trying to close in, and is doing a brilliant job as he's got past Albag now for P4.
Well, we saw the hopes of the Netherlands falter in the previous race. Maybe they're going to get a bit of a surprise one here if the number 26 can keep pulling through. End of the 5th lap. Moya's lead is 0.4 of a second ahead of Lithuania's Marcus Shilkunas. Andorra and Alex Machado holding on to the bronze medal right now. Roberto Bas for the Netherlands is there in 4th, having gained 7 places so far. Guy Albag holding in 5th for Israel. Has had some big results across the course of the 2024 international karting season. Daniel Dalakian is up 13 places. I would wonder whether, that maybe something has not quite gone right there. Dalakian's going to keep pushing on for now, of course. Was just lost 7th place to Jakub Mikulev out there for Malta. Let's have a look at this moment. This was down into turn 1. This was, well, I don't think Machado was expecting Shilkunas to have his own little go at Moya there. That just caught him out. Great reading of the race by Guy Albag to step down the inside and take 3rd. Bit of a nervy one there. I think for Andorra and for Machado, he's right to pull out of that one, because that was only going to end in one way if he'd fully committed to it and tried to make the move.
Yeah, Moya starting to feel the pressure now. He has not raced with Shilkunas yet this weekend in a actual battle on track. They've been separated in this field. Shilkunas, with a bad qualifying, has been starting in around that mid-pack. This time around, with the clean air in front, he's been able to go to work. He's already gained 3 places in this race to get into P2. He's just set the fastest lap of the race as well, and it is still just continuing to pile on that pressure. Moya now, this is the closest he's been to pressure this weekend. And let's see how the Spaniard deals with it as they exit out of turn 17 and 18 now. Back on the start-finish straight, they'll be ending lap number 7. They'll be going on to lap number 8 of 22 in this final. A big look over the shoulder there for Ruben Moya, assessing the situation. And I'm thinking the pressure's starting to build a little bit here for Moya in the lead.
It definitely is, and you're absolutely right to point out that he's not had to deal with this situation. A very quick driver from Lithuania in the shape of Markus Šilkūnas, who is really fired up. I saw him in the paddock this morning, and he had a spring in his step. That's always a good sign in my... Oh, it's off the road. Oh, Moya's off! Moya's off! He's made a mistake! Oh, my goodness me! Ruben Moya has cracked under the pressure of Markus Šilkūnas. It's the first major mistake he's made all week, and it's potentially cost him the gold.
Was that all by himself there, or was there assistance? They were close on track, but what has happened? Markus Šilkūnas of Lithuania then leads the way. Lithuania have never won a gold in these games. They have won medals in the past, but have not won a gold. What happened? Oh, it was side-by-side action, and squeezed off on the exit there was Moya. Now, will he protest with that one? Will there be an investigation for Šilkūnas, who leads the way here? Well, Machado at the moment is in second place and is starting to close in, but this final, Andrew, is far, far from over.
I'm absolutely shocked at what we've just seen there, Ruben Moya, but this is what can happen in a final, particularly in a medal race. And yeah, I thought that might be coming. The number 22 under investigation, Markus Šilkūnas, is in the lead of this race, but knows now that there is a cloud hanging over him, metaphorically, physically, here at the Aspar Circuit as the clouds continue to roll in. Alex Machado, what must be going through his mind right now? Andorra have never won a medal of any colour in the FIA Motorsport Games in its 3 editions of history, and right now he's sitting in a silver position. Very well could become a gold if there is some form of jurisdiction coming the way of Šilkūnas and Lithuania. They won their single medal of these games on Friday, a bronze in the Rally 2. Let's have a look at it again. I'm interested to know how did Šilkūnas get that close down the inside?
Well, I think just on the exit here, it's a tough one to call from that angle. Race control, of course, will have 10 different angles of that incident, front, side, back, and above, below, all of that. And, of course, so will the stewards as well, and they'll be watching that one, I can imagine.
I know they're very different bits of kit. That is not too dissimilar to what we saw Team Spain be given a penalty for in the endurance less than 24 hours ago. In the last hour, obviously much heavier carts, of course, the Sodi RT10s, but that is going to be one for the race official. I'm always glad I'm not a race official.
Yeah.
I'm really glad I'm not a race official now, because that is a really, really tough call.
Yeah, but again, Šilkūnas will say that, I was on the inside, I had the line, it was my part of the track, and he just decided to go wide and all of that. It's one of those, but again, Moya, he will say completely opposite. He pushed me off the track. It's one of those. It's word against word, really, but again, it all falls down to a third party, i.e. the stewards, who will look into that one. But we've not seen an investigation.
We have for the 22.
We have. Okay, so an investigation flag is out then. So, yeah, they will be watching that, and they'll be assessing. We won't know anything in race. We'll only find out post-race, but that certainly puts a moment in the works. So the second question is that how far can Šilkūnas get away from the rest of the field? So right now he's 1.6 seconds away from second place. If he can get to 5 seconds away from Machado, he might be okay.
He might be okay, but there's still the tyre management aspect of a final. We're only just into the second half of this one. Markus Šilkūnas is building that lead over Alex Machado. Ruben Moya is back up to third place. I tell you what, Ruben Moya is not out of it yet for this gold medal, because Ruben Moya is coming back. He's coming back at Alex Machado. Round to complete lap number 12, a 55.754 for Šilkūnas, a 55.8 for Machado, another 55.7 for Moya. Moya is chipping away at the advantage that Andorra have in this silver medal fight right now. Guy Albach seems to be fading a little bit, or maybe he's just trying to reserve for later on in this race, maybe trying to play the strategy, because he's still not too far away if Moya catches Machado and attacks and they hold each other a little bit, but it was a 56-0 last time around for Team Israel. Who's having good drives out there? Isham Madesh is having a great drive, Anthony, for Team India, up 13 places to P12. Ghazi Motlakar is as well, up into the top 15. It's probably not going to be a medal for Team Mozambique, but we should give credit. This can be at times a bit of a, and I think the drivers have struggled a bit more with overtaking with the change in wind direction here today. And yeah, it's a full credit to those drivers making their way through the field. Although it's one of those moments where I really shouldn't look down the order because Madesh has just picked up a warning flag.
Commentator's curse at its finest strikes again, Andrew Mather. That
You're
was him.
welcome.
Yeah, indeed. But no, you are right in saying, and I think actually I'll go back to India. They have delivered this season, haven't they? Especially in the world of karting. We've seen it in the mini, the junior and the senior. They've always been in and around that sharp end. This is Poland's Kuba Rajski out of the final. He's pulled it into Parc Ferme. His chances are no more. Eyes back on this one here. Shilkunas still breaking away at the front. The gap is 1.8. It's not enough if he does get a post-race or anything like that. He is under investigation, but he is still breaking away from these two here. Machado and Moya not able at this moment in time to close that gap. So the front still is in a calm moment here. Kua Lee, the next driver to receive a warning flag out there. The driver representing the Republic of Korea, currently sitting in 11th place, has gained 6 places, but still having a good run. Yeah, he is, and it's a repeat of the kind of form that we saw a couple of months ago, actually, just about 6 weeks ago at the FIA Karting World Championships for the OK categories. It was a World Cup title that he won at PF International back in September. And it's the same OKN platform that everybody's using here for these FIA Motorsport games, and I think he's clearly enjoying his racing once again. Indeed, and that was an interesting final. We implore you to go back and watch that, the FIA Karting Championships YouTube page, after this, of course, and after all the racing this weekend. Please do that. But I'm pretty sure that there was a large grid that started that race, but I think it got whittled down to just about 9 karts that ended it. About 9 or 10 that kept going to the end in very wet conditions.
Oh dear, that's Germany have a little go at Malta there into turn 1. That's Elie Weiss trying to find a way past Jakub Mikulev for 7th place. Great recovery from Taylor Greenfield as well in this final. It's gained 7 places. But what a turnaround from the first set of heats for the Peruvian, who yesterday had a problem, was down outside the top 25 in terms of race results, and has really turned the weekend around. And you never know, still 6 more laps of this one after the completion of lap number 16. If there's a little bit more drama at the front, these guys in this chasing pack from Bas back to Weiss, they're not completely out of the discussion for perhaps a bronze medal or something of that description. Really tough moments here for Guy Albach because he's on his own. He's got no friends out there in terms of pushing along in a bit of slipstream. He was very quick in the early stages, but I wonder if, kind of similar to what we were seeing with the Netherlands in the previous race in the juniors, you go a little bit too hard earlier in this race, you pay for it in the last quarter. Yeah, it's all about pacing yourself in these ones, and yeah, it's just one of those you bang on of this. Elie Weiss, though, is looking mighty fast out there as we see a replay here. This is Marcos Shilkunas getting the move done initially on Alex Machado of Andorra. Gets it through the inside. That was a nicely timed move back earlier on. But yeah, no, you are correct in saying pushing too early can certainly have a detrimental effect. Pushing later in the race, though, after you've got it into a good position, usually ends up with a good result. And I think that's what we're seeing here from Elie Weiss, who's currently there in P8 and is now pushing through. Defensive goes Roberto Bas. That gives the green light to Elie Weiss, who sends it down the inside of Jakub Mikulev of Malta and moves up into P7. That was one of those moves as Weiss goes through past Bas. This is all getting a little bit tight out there. Weiss does very well to keep it within track limits there. The gravel is waiting for anyone who runs a little bit too wide here at the Aspar Circuit. That move on Mikulev was one of those of like, I'm giving you an option here, Jacob. Move out of the way or we're not going to finish this race. Now, intriguing situation, Anthony. Machado set the fastest lap of the race last time around, a 55.550. Moya has responded on this lap and has closed the gap to 0.1. And either way, these guys are going to fight, because it's either going to be for a silver medal or it's going to be for a gold if there is a penalty coming the way of Shilkunas. They're two very experienced racers. Alex Machado has won many a race on the international stage. Personally, had the pleasure of watching him race for 5 years, and he is, in my book, a very underrated driver. He is showing his skills here this weekend in the FIA Motorsport Games. Can he hold off, still, at the moment, the undefeated Ruben Moya?
Exactly, and again, continuing to push that one along. Race, like you're saying, is coming to a close. It is those dying stages now, and this is where you start to think it's make or break time to get that last position. And well, I think we're going to see that here from both of these two drivers. Machado's going to make it or break it by pushing as hard as he can now in these last few laps. The same for Ruben Moya. This was the moves further along. That was Elia Weiss getting down the inside. Later in that same moment, having a very close one, because then wide would go the Netherlands, and backwards would go Roberto Bass. And then this one here, kind of like a ping pong. First into the back, then into the back, and then, yeah, it's kind of a front, backwards, forwards bit there. So very strong moment. That Sweden out of contention. It is Leo Nilsson out of this final in the dying stages. That is a huge disappointment for Sweden.
It is, I'm afraid. It's not been the kind of weekend that Leo Nilsson would have wanted after a decent run in the European Championships earlier on this year. 2 more laps to go then. Shilkunas still leads on the road by 1.5 seconds now. An interesting thing has happened in terms of Shilkunas' pace here, Anthony. And it's a very big if, ladies and gentlemen, there was to be a 5-second penalty, which is the minimum level of post-race penalty that Marcus Shilkunas could receive, and could is an important word in that one as well. He would now hold on to a bronze. He's got 5.2 seconds clear of Guy Albag for Israel. So Marcus Shilkunas, I think he's still obviously got the big bearing down problem of Machado only being 1.5 behind and Moya being 1.9 behind. But Marcus Shilkunas could still be adding a medal, even with a post-race penalty, to the Rally 2 gravel bronze that Lithuania won on Friday.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, we'll keep a close eye on this one as well, because those last laps were also looking a little bit interesting as we go on to the final lap of this race. It is lap 22 we are on right now, and the gap continues to just slowly creep down to 1.2, but Marcus Shilkunas at this moment has it under control. Yes, he is under investigation. Yes, he knows that. He will have seen the notification on track, but he will defend that. He will say, no, it was my part of the track. Moya will say, no, it was mine. But it's all down to what happens afterwards. Marcus Shilkunas, like you were saying, this is going to look like their second medal of the Games, but potentially their first gold medal. Lithuania, Marcus Shilkunas, only one chicane to go in the sprint senior category, is looking to claim his nation's first gold medal. It is Lithuania for Marcus Shilkunas, winning at the Aspar Circuit in Spain. Alex Machado for Andorra claims the country's first medal ever of the Games, and again, it's a question mark over it. Could he gain even a higher one than that? Ruben Moya for Spain, the undefeated, finally becomes defeated as he rounds out the top 3 and claims bronze for Spain.
And Spain go into double figures in terms of total medals. What an effort from Spain here in these third FIA Motorsport Games. There is your provisional result. Marcus Shilkunas, P1 on the road, 1.1 seconds clear of Alex Machado. It is at least a silver for Alex Machado, because Shilkunas and Lithuania are under investigation. What an effort from Alex Machado. Ruben Moya will medal as well for Spain. Guy Albag, 4th on the road, 5.2 seconds behind Marcus Schulkunas in the end. Taylor Greenfield, P5. Do you think that the number 28 is going to be holding there in that top 5, gaining 8 spots? Elia Weiss, Jacob Mikulev, Roberto Bas, Vaclav Prokaska and Lucas Moura all up in the top 10. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from that last race here in the karting arena. There is Dalakian in the number 3 for Armenia. Portugal also took to the grass in a slightly chaotic start for this last medal race here at the Aspar Circuit for these FIA Motorsport Games. Anthony, it was all about survival in the first couple of laps.
It was indeed, and unfortunately for Japan's Kota Tsuchihashi, unfortunately just getting caught out in that event. You can see him there trying to push it along in the 19, but you can see it's a kind of slight uphill fight there, and yeah, it just wasn't going to go. And unfortunately as well for Lebanon and the Dominican Republic of Habeka and Herrera also out of contention on those opening laps. You can see the live feed there from Parc Ferme, Lithuania's contender there, Marcus Schulkunas at this moment, I think just in a controlled manner there at the front. But there, the replay still, these moments here, this is where it really starts to get interesting. That was a heart-in-mouth moment for the Lithuanian there.
It was a heart-in-mouth for Moya, for Schulkunas and for Machado. The driving between the two of them, very close indeed. That was a crucial moment for Machado getting through past Albag. And this is the real crucial moment. This is the one where we still don't know. That is the moment where Moya in the gravel, after a side-by-side moment with Schulkunas under investigation. Kuba Raisky would retire from the race after a tough 2024 international karting season on lap 14.
That result isn't done yet.
Oh, no.
It really isn't. And, of course, everything that we say here is provisional. Great shots there from Parc Ferme, really getting the understanding of the frustration. The Netherlands, they're also a relatively decent final in that one for Roberto Bas. 3 places gained in the end, does finish inside the top 10 in P8. But, again, for so many others, just falling down the order. And unfortunately for Sweden and Leo Nilsson out on the final stages. There across the line, Marcus Schulkunas takes the win. But let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole, who have you got down there?
Of course, I've got none other than our race winner, Marcus. Marcus, how are you feeling after that race?
Everything was okay. We were just flying this weekend. I was so prepared and everything. I am a bit sad that my sister didn't go that well, but it's okay.
And Marcus, the incident we kind of saw between you and Ruben where you took the race lead, I think I'd really quite like to know your take on it. I know the audience will want to know, in your eyes, what happened.
I just overtake and he just went off. I didn't even touch him, so that's it. Yeah.
Okay, and of course, you know, gold medalist, you've done your country proud, you've done probably all your friends and family at home proud, but can you tell me who else has been supporting you this weekend?
Well, my mechanic, also I had a really good coach this weekend, Kenny, and also my family, because they are supporting me a lot and they are best people on earth for me.
Well, Marcus Schulkunas, you are our gold medalist in the karting sprint senior. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's it here then down in Parc Ferme after all of these incredible races at the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. Andrew and Anthony will go over to you one final time after all of this action.
Thank you very much, Nicole, indeed. Well, words there from Marcus Schulkunas saying it was my move. I didn't touch him. He just drove off the track. There you go. There'll be another opinion from Ruben Moura. I'm sure that is still under investigation. So still a fog over on the sprint senior grid. But that is it. We're done, Andrew. 2024 FIA Motorsport Games for karting. Sprint Junior, the first time for Mini and Endurance, back-to-back wins for Belgium in the Endurance category. Congratulations to them, of course. The UK, we're not biased in terms of karting, but great to see the UK claim a first gold medal of these games, their second overall of that one as well, but as well for the other categories as well. Mini, what a final that was. So Mini, super, super close.
And Portugal with their first medal in karting sprint events. Every single one of our races, from the endurance yesterday, all 3 finals here this afternoon at the Aspar Circuit have been full of drama. I do hope you've enjoyed. If it's been your first time watching karting of any kind at an FIA level, do check out all of the races that we have had this year. From myself, Andrew Mather, Anthony Jordan alongside. That's it. The 2024 season is done.
It is done indeed. We will see you in, well, maybe next year, maybe a couple of years. We're not too sure for the next Motorsport Games. We'll find out very soon. But from us here, you're right in saying goodbye for now. We'll see you at the closing ceremony later on this evening.